Hello, everyone, and welcome to the German Football Fan Club. Got the 3:30 kickoffs here, or 3:30 Sunday kickoff in Germany. Eintracht Frankfurt hosting Union Berlin. Full stadium tifo from the Frankfurt fans, black and white. Sure, we'll see or a choreo, I should say. We got to see probably a large tifo on it when the players come out. Always a great atmosphere in Frankfurt. Fans always fully up for it. Also keeping an eye on it. Cremonese, Parma, and Torino, Atalanta. 0-0 in both those games. Beyond 20 minutes in each. Freestand choreo. Black and white stripes of Eintracht Frankfurt. There's the tifo celebrating 100 years of the Waldstadion. Fans' name for the stadium, skewing the corporate branding. They come out of the tunnel. Robin Koch, captain for Frankfurt. Christopher Tremmel, captain for Union Berlin. Wow. Incredible tifo and full stadium choreo from a three stands choreo for the Frankfurt fans. 100 years of the Frankfurter Waldstadion. Reminder that these tifos and choreos are generally done entirely by the active fan scene, often without even financing from the club. I don't know in every particular case for like one this big, but I would assume that this is all the active fan scenes work. Incredible free stand tifo and choreo and tifos, I should say, three tifos up from the Frankfurt Ultras. Celebrating 100 years of the Waldstadion in Frankfurt. You know, Topmüller and Stefan Baumgart. The original Waldstadion there. See the packed traveling guest block, Union guest block there. We're underway in Frankfurt. Timer up and running. Scoreboard up and running. Reminder, we got the Join the GFFC campaign. German Fan Football Club. We're going to be doing an FC 26 manager mode with a squad selected from one player from each of the 18 Bundesliga clubs, plus 5 players from outside German players outside Germany or from Zweite Bundesliga. So, legend in the chat, Oro, taking the first player. Jackson Irvine of St. Pauli. 22 more to go. Claim yours in the chat if you want to join the GFFC FC 26 manager mode team. Barrage of choreo beats on the pitch. As they bring that tifo down all the way to the front. So why this is being held up? Not a lot of this stuff's actually making it onto the pitch, but I guess that gives a little bit more view of the volume of choreo sheets getting thrown down onto the pitch. See some of the Ultras and fan group banners there on the curva. Good chance. Burke here for Union right away. Ball in. Too far. Our first goal of the morning in Torino. It's 1-0 to Atalanta. Look at the starting lineups here. Diego Leite back into the lineup. Kept out of the lineup because it was thought that he would be sold. Didn't get a move in the end. Good to see him back in the starting 11. Kund on the left, so Tom Bogota out entirely. Colono in goal. But, first chance here for Frankfurt. Over ball into the back post. You take for Hono. That's a good strike there. But Juano just about able to recover with the help of Kefeld in front of him. Oh, swerved wildly at the end there. Great save by Juano. Kefeld got into protecting granting the second ball there. Intervention by Burke Kerfeld stepping into the midfield. Frankfurt coming in. The ball all the way across. The term will let it out. The run out for a goal kick. You can see the traveling Union fans selling out their block. Top left corner there. We have a second goal in Torino. It's 2-0 to Atalanta. Suleimana. Loose ball into the midfield, well taken by Union. There's Burke. Illich. Loose ball gives it away, but comes back to Ansa. Ansa will strike 1-0! Elias Ansa. Gora can't stop scoring. Scoring in every game. So, his fifth shot of the season, his fourth goal, Elias Ansa. Pick in that bottom corner. What a finish. The 1-0 Union inside the first 10 minutes. Oh, let it go all the way through. Oh. Got it right back. Frankfurt. Similar to how Union started their first game season, the win against Stuttgart. Grabbing a goal, practically out of nothing. Burke, oh, does a good job. Ansa flicks it on. Does a good job. Burke wins there to collect. Strike at the near post, just missed. Union do a good job winning the ball up the Union doing a good job winning the ball high up the pitch. We have a third goal in Torino. It's 3-0 Atalanta. Perfect ball. Easy finish. Suleimana gets the cross in. Defender can't get his toe. Keeper can't cut it out. 3-0 to Atalanta. Roma, of course, winning the Derby della Capitale this morning against Lazio 1-0. Weekend of major derbies around Europe. The Breton Derby, Nantes and Rennes yesterday. Nantes getting a late 96-minute equalizer. The Derby de Breton finishing at 2-2. We also had the Derby du Nord between Lens and Lille. Lens hosting at the magnificent Stade Bollard. The atmosphere was absolutely fantastic in Lens yesterday. Also had, of course, the Merseyside Derby at Anfield yesterday as well. Liverpool winning that one. And morning Derby della Capitale in Rome. And this evening we will end it out with La Classique, Les Classiques in France. Olympique Marseille hosting PSG. So many top derbies, especially in France. This one kind of a bit of an atmosphere derby for Eintracht Frankfurt hosting Union Berlin. The best fan bases and active fan scenes in German football. Johan takes out Kuhn. Not bad from relatively diminutive Ritzadoan. Showing good strength. Ball back in. Bono will let it run for another goal kick. starting out pretty strong here. But, Union, of course, doing what Union does, won the ball up the pitch, and so with a great strike to open the scoring. Imagine we'll see a lot of this, though. Frankfurt down in Union's final third, winning corners. 3-0, Atalanta lead Torino. Approaching halftime there, and it's 0-0 into stoppage time in Cremona. It's Cremonese 0, Parma 0. All in, good punch away from Rono. Oh, well blocked. Terrible pass though by Kun. Overlap, well deflected into a danger zone. Get away by Doki, it looked like there. Back to Trimble down the side here. Be a problem for Union. Getting out of their own end. Gonna need some good hold-up play from their forwards. Sudo and a danger man to watch out for Frankfurt on the far side there. Good intervention by Kerfeld. Nope, free kick. Haberish. Don't get yourself booked for no reason, bro. Stoppage time in Torino, too. 3-0 Atalanta. Free kick here to Frankfurt, and off to Doan. Shot blocked by Illich, it looked like. So Doan might end up being one of the best signings of the season. It moved from Freiburg to Frankfurt. Good cut back to his in from the top of the box, but right into the hands of Ono. Rockin' atmosphere in Frankfurt as always. All over the top looking for Dawn, but a little too far there. Unioners there. Full compliment down from Berlin. Nick. I'm in Torino, halftime in Cremona. 0-0 between Cremonese and Parma. Cremona. Atalanta lead. Torino 3-0 at the half. Union Berlin leading 1-0 here after 22 minutes. Oh, that's right, yeah. It's the commentator mentioning there. That's why Golaite is in because Tomorota sent off in the last game. Right? Light fit enough to come in the left side center back. Light was going to get sold, but so they took him out not to punish him and he wasn't on strike, but just to keep him fit. So to make sure he couldn't make the move, but we'll get onto it here. Back to Trimmel. Ball over the top to Kadira making the run there. Yeah. Out for a goal kick. Job there to cut it off. Now in behind. Illich running in behind, but the ball not far enough for make it past Koch. The danger though from Union in transition. Ball comes back all the way to Renault from Leite. Outside against Union there. Parma against Torino next Monday. This weekend's Monday, not tomorrow. Just having a right, our teams playing right now. Good job winning single ball. Kadir back to Ansa. Ansa wins the corner. Good work there on the near side. Solid for Union, given that they are always excellent. Always a threat at set pieces. Junk toss begins. Well, happy to wait. Ball in from Tremel, and dangerously into the box. Frankfurt with a chance. It does break loose. Now into space. The Wahi. Waya. Blocked. Right into the Kun. Good job by the Union players there to track back. That's the flip side there. Good in good from the set pieces, but they have to be careful in transition. Illich has Burke in behind, one-on-one. Burke, 2-0! Front to back, just like that. And that Scotsman has his first goal for Union. Frankfurt fans can't believe it. 2 shots on target, 2 goals. Long throw. Wonderful, great header for it to Ansa. Illich holds it up. Outlet to Burke. A great finish. Beautiful finish from Oliver Burke. Rain starting in Frankfurt. Ansa and Burke with a goal apiece now. It can be Union can be totally trapped out of a game, or they can be absolutely lethal, especially in transition. But Union fans singing their version of the San Lorenzo song. Famous San Lorenzo song if you've ever been on the sort of fan scene social media. Fans with their own version. And the free kick there. Probably the general feeling of the Frankfurt fans there. Not looking so pleased so far. So we'll drop in for the throw. Way back to Leicht. Great ball over the top to Ansa. Ansa taken down all the way through, offside. Good hard work there by Ansa. Or it was Kun. You can overlap. My mistake. Yeah, just about. Going in. Get some good work there, but easy take for Rono on the end. Rono puts the ball down and a long kick. Ansa. Didn't quite get there all the way back. Good pressing there by Union along the sideline, but Frankfurt will get away and over to this near side here. Carlos Cuesta, the youngest manager in Serie, coach in Serie, age 30, the manager of Parma. Just about ready to get underway again in Torino. There's the kickoff in Torino, and we're underway for the second half there. 36 minutes gone here in Frankfurt, 2-0 Union Berlin. Touch around into space. And now here come Union, but loose touch from Ansa, given right away. And Frankfurt back. Doan on the far side. Ball to the touchline. Divey. Some pain down there. I've had Haber land on him. He did. Oh, yeah. Also tough, like me and Nora were talking about yesterday, those sort of like carpet ads along the end there don't make anything any better or safer. Oh no. Should be the man who was down injured gets one winning the header. Frankfurt. Wide to the side, but Trimmel's the one who gets it for Union. And down the near side channel here. Well work by Frankfurt to get out of the press. Illich and Haber are running hard there to force Frankfurt back. That far side. You're both sets of fans at the moment. That'd be that song of the Union fans. You can hear that one. Wir sind Unioner, wir sind die Kranken, wir durchbrechen alle Schranken. Unsere Farben sind weiß und rot, wir bleiben treu bis in den Tod. The Union fans, Frankfurt fans loud as well, but Union making themselves heard right now. 5 minutes to go in the half. I'm trying to go by his man. For getting away though. Alan Kuhn. Solid start for Union. Good job by Doki there to win the corner or the throw-in. Wolfsburg back in behind. Good covering though. Frankfurt will get it away to the far side. Through the middle looking for that far side. There it is. Doan on the far wing. Frankfurt really working that far side. Now they're reversing the space, comes across in front, and it's... Oh, thought he had finished it there. Just wide of the goal. She'll turn up. And clear it, but it comes to Ansa. Ansa to Burke. Can he get it out of his feet? Back to Ansa. Illich. Just no one doing anything with it. No one wanted to take a shot. So many good opportunities there. Poor ball, but Ansa wins it back. I have the pitch. Good ball over the top. Illich. Offside. Just stoppage time due to littering, as the commentator points out. And the Union fans making themselves heard. A rain in Frankfurt. Ball into the middle. Swarmed by Union defenders. Ansa does a good job to get away with a throw there. Good cut back, good block. Here, a quick corner short from Frankfurt. There's the delivery. Ruano gets there with a touch on the ball. Enough to get it away. Larson ball in. Headed damn well by Kerfeld. And Haber will get it out into touch. Minute and a half gone of the 5 stoppage time minutes. Your hair looking up. Chip down the channel. down the left here. Oh, right before the half. Frankfurt score. Looked like a deflection there. It looked like Uzun tried to just control it. But just enough. Take it away from, oh no, 2-1 right before the half. 1 minute left in stoppage time. Union still at the lead though. Bimmel. Right, to Kuhn out on that side there. Barely even caught his foot, just really did catch the slipper, as the commentator called it. That the goal goes around. It really did look like it came off Uzun. That's why it wasn't a huge deflection, but I think that's what took it away from Kono. But they are giving it to Brown. This must have fooled Kono, thinking he's going to go to that far post. We reach halftime here in Frankfurt. Not a lot of chances for either side. But Hansa and Burke making the most of their opportunities for Union Berlin. Brown, ooh. Brown getting the job done for Frankfurt. Sorry, just seeing Vlasic getting absolutely run over in the Reno Atalanta game. Oh no, it's Che Adams. Pretty shoulder to shoulder, but still sends them flying off the pitch. A quick break, be back, and we'll watch a little bit of the Cremonese game. the match audio on for Cremonese Parma for a little bit. Huh. Well, not ending Jimmy Vardy nor to be seen. That was kind of the reason why I had this match on to begin with, but at least nice to see a match in Cremona. One of my favorite parts of Italy. Just as I turn on the Sunderland Villa game, we have the opening goal there. 1-0 to Villa. Red card in the 34th minute, but Matty Cash has the goal to give Villa the lead. Oof, 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 oof. What a strike by Cash. Really, really poor goalkeeping there. Definitely swerving, but like, kid, gotta punch it. Gotta punch better than that. Even too, with the space he had, he probably could have just played it down. Teams coming back onto the pitch in here in Frankfurt. 2-1 Union Berlin. Halftime. Guess onside. Oliver Burke getting goals. So 4 goals and 5 shots this season. Oliver Burke with his first goals in Unioner. Daniel Brown getting credit for the Frankfurt goal. It looked like it went off Ozun's ankle, but give it to Brown. Get it away. Frankfurt will kick us off. In the black and red going left to right towards their ultras and the behind the goal to the right there. So there to prevent the corner. Throw into Frankfurt. Haber has Burke in behind. Probably should have gone a little bit more for the ball there. Give it up to the keeper there. Union there. Doing a good job. Good ball in. Village got it on goal, but easy take for the keeper. Mainly working on this near side again, Doan's side on the right here. Good free kick opportunity here for Frankfurt. And it's a third for Union! Against the run of play again, it's Oliver Burke getting a second for Union. Union fans happy in the guest block. Great job by Ansa holding up the ball. Good turn there. Ref plays advantage. Very close, but looks like he's onside. And Burke just overpowers Brown at the back post. Scoreboards anyway, we'll see if they take the goal back, but it looks like 3-1 to Union. Goal stands. 3-1 to Union. Work with his first two goals as an Unioner. Una. Frankfurt controlling large portions of the game, but Union make an account. Here come Union again. Burke to Illich. Back to Burke through the middle. Ships the keeper. And it's a hat trick for Oliver Burke. 4-1 Union. Wolf finds Burke. Burke finds Illich. Illich back to Burke. Well onside. And a beautiful finish over the keeper. A little chip. 4-1 to Union. Stefan Baumgarten. Tell him up. Bench to chill. Burkhart getting ready. Hoyland coming on too. What a block by Kerfeld. Good save by Mono. Burkhart, Hoyland, and Knaup coming on. Triple substitution for Frankfurt. yeah, and off for Burkhardt. Larson off for Hoyland. There comes Cohn down the left. 3 men across on the far side. A little bit too far for all of them. Burke almost kept it in. Definitely a foul by Doan on Leite there. Doan in the book for the foul. I'm doing a good job to win it back there. No foul. Right in transition. A great back heel clearance from Trimmel. Well, taken out by Burkhardt. Free kick to Union at the top of their box. Ooh, well cut out there. And blocks it. Here comes Haber. Or Kadira. Men in the box. Kadira to the byline. Goal kick. Ball deflected back off of him. Thirds of the game gone here. Yona, the commanding position. Wahia for Betschwei for Frankfurt. Change of the strikers. And Skarka and Alyosha Kemline ready to come on for Union now. End of the day for Ilya Sansa, who opened the scoring. Great finish into the bottom corner again. That's for Kemline, be a bit of a change of shape probably. Christopher Trimmel coming off for Skarka. And Skarka will probably go out to the right side there. Burke will go up top with Illich, probably a 5-3-2. Burke had already been playing in that third midfielding spot in defense. Now we actually have a third midfielder on for Union. Burke coming out to the left side of the front two there. Kemline out to the right. By Don, well pushed away by Vono. Skarka gets it away. Four goals, Frank's 1.2 expected goals for Union. Making every chance count. Oh, what a kick save by Rono on the goal line. Like it came off one of his own players. Ooh. Burke almost had a fourth there for Union. Fifth for Union, fourth for him. And Uzun gets one back for Frankfurt. 4-2 with 10 minutes to go. Goal in every Bundesliga game so far for China Uzun this season. Ball just drops to him perfectly there. Center back's fighting for it. Overberg stayed on, haven't scored the hat trick. Love a match ball to collect at the end of the day, but run himself ragged. Sure if it's that Brew coming on for Yon. Shangu Young coming on for Union going up top there next to Illich. For players all over the place in the box there. Flash of heads in the box. Feld and Koch both down, holding their heads. See if it's the clash of heads. Ooh. Yeah, to Anjuki. Talk to from the referee there. We're going over to take a look at the screen. Could be a penalty for Frankfurt. Penalty for Frankfurt and Kerfeld to go in the book. Edton Burkhardt won the penalty. He'll take it himself with a chance to get Frankfurt back within one with just a few minutes to go here. Burkhardt scores 4-3. Stefan Pamkar with a bit of a rude gesture there, the Union coach. Free kick to Union right on the edge of the box here. That's a yellow card to Hoyland. Sure, Union will take their time over this free kick. On getting forward, definitely a foul. Gonna want to look too, just see if that was on the edge of the box or not. Different card in the book, it looks like. I imagine that's gonna see him getting sent off now. A little too far there. That'll be a straight red to go with his yellow for the coach, Stefan Baumgart. A little bit of petulance from Stefan Baumgart there. Watch the rest of the game from the dressing room. Young players down all over the pitch. Fairfield hit it hard enough for it to go out for a throw. Jokelite down injured in the box. Yeah. Beer down in the midfield. See the traveling Union fans in the background there. Ooh. Like you got a elbow to the head from the goalkeeper. Brad cranking it up. Stoppage time here. Just holding the ball well in the corner there. Now we're running onto it. Line blocked. Doki will lose touch, and now a chance for Frankfurt in transition. Skarga, good clearance away from Knauf. Frankfurt or Union back in their shape. Collins off for Amenda for Frankfurt. Don't know if we've seen the time board yet. 10 minutes to be added on. And on the ball. Into the middle. Well, cleared by Kadira. On goal kick. Or offside. Offside. Schaefer on for Kuhn. Like Haber might go to the left wing back position there. Well, cut out by Chemline getting back there. Cut out the cross from Knauf. Throw into Union. Chemline in tons of space, gives it to Dong Wuyong. Wuyong has Skark on the overlap. Fires high and wide. Forward here. All the way through at the back. Goal kick. Hanging on here with 5.5 minutes to go in stoppage time. Held the header away. Skarka heads it on. Yacha heads it back in. Bakayoko. Hanging on by the fingernails now. Yon away. Oh, that definitely looked like a foul. Yep. Free kick to Union. Leverkusen Gladbach. Getting ready for the Rhine derby there. Yeah, they're probably doing a good job to take that yellow card there. Leverkusen and Gladbach for Rhine derby in Leverkusen. Not the Rhine derby, that's Gladbach and Cologne. Good. But still should be a great atmosphere, a great match there. Illich in the book for kicking the ball away. That's silly there. Yeah, Gladbach's interim manager there. Stepping in for Sewane. Fired after the last game. 4-0 at home to Bremen, if I remember correctly. Ball forward here into the last 3 minutes of stoppage time. Get it into danger zone. Haber got it away. Ball forward. Let's got it away. Chemline couldn't get there, and Frankfurt get it back again. Bazun trying to cut in. Shot blocked. And LH will just slam it into touch. Bit over 2 minutes to go. Union hanging on here. Fans trying to urge Frankfurt onto an equalizer here. 2 minutes left in stoppage time. Ball in. On, ball in, back post. Headed on by Teate. Headed back forward again. Lightail just booted clear into touch again. You know, Top Mother playing ball boy on that side there. Frankfurt keep it coming again. 90 seconds left. Ball in, headed away by Doki. Under pressure, actually looked like a foul on him. Headed away for a corner. Ball in near post. Get there, Skarka smashes it into touch again. Scottish defending from Frankfurt. And Union hold on here. Underway in Leverkusen. Against Gladbach. Garfield up. Phenomenal. Good era. Jongwoo Young, the keeper at the halfway line. Seconds on the left in the 10 minutes of stoppage time. Touched on. Last 10 seconds. Gotcha on that far side. Uzun cutting in. Trouble. Hit the 10 minutes. Ref has his whistle in his mouth. Rona will grab it, and that should just about do it. There it is. Union Berlin hanging on to win a wild one. 7-goal thriller in Frankfurt to start the day. The thriller, but Union get the 3 points. Oliver Burke gets the match ball. 3 goals. His first 3 goals for Union. Going on this game. Burke hat-trick, Stefan Baumgart's enough for the first time as a manager, which is honestly kind of surprising to me. Over to Leverkusen Gladbach. Oliver Burke clear winner, the man of the match with his hat-trick. Oliver Burke looking for his match ball. For his Bundesliga hat-trick. Or his first Union hat-trick. I think Union's first ever Bundesliga hat-trick. First away hat trick for a Union Berlin player in the Bundesliga. Switch over to Leverkusen Gladbach now. We'll have Arsenal City. To our second matches of the day here. Got Leverkusen hosting Borussia Mönchengladbach in a Rhine derby. Look, we also have Arsenal hosting City in a top match in the Premier League. Balled over a free kick here. Dangerous position no matter what. He's been absolutely lethal. Wouldn't be surprised him trying to pick the near post here, but probably deliver a ball in. Ball by Grimaldo. What a save on the goal line! Well, that's Nicolas with a great save on the goal line to deny a Schick there. Haaland's in. 1-0 to City. Early goal inside 10 minutes. Great save. by Nicolas. City lead with their first chance of the game. And who else but Erling Haaland? Gabriel, no keeping up with Haaland. Runs away from the defense. One touch and the finish. First touch. Finish low and away from Raya. In Polanski, the manager at the moment for Gladbach, their junior team managers. The promotion with the sacking of Gerardo Seoane after the last match. there. Oh. His mask is the former Real Madrid man. Late arrival in for Leverkusen. I'll head right through the 6-yard box, but no one there. Good for a goal kick. Alto smashes it well over the net. Oh, if he's onside, it's the first goal this season for Gladbach. Basically out of nowhere, good ball down the channel. Kastrup takes it first time. First goal of the season. It's very close. First time finish. Top corner near post. Fleck can just watch as it fly by. If it's offside, no goal. Mönchengladbach denied their first goal of the season. Ball back to Grimaldo, turns in behind, gets away from the defender. Vasquez heads it down, cleared away. Ball holds up, there's some backspin there, won't go out. Not back under some pressure. Tillman down. Machino is being held up there. Held on by Bade. Bade going down as Machino kind of lashed out. Holding him, holding him, holding him. Trying to throw him off. He's holding him up. Didn't look like he actually elbowed him, just kind of through trying to throw his arms off him. He's clearly holding him. I think Bade is probably not. Probably making a meal of it. That would be my guess, but you never know. Seen a good close replay whether he actually caught him with that second elbow. Punched by Donnarumma in this Arsenal City game there. Don't think there was anything in that. I think kind of milking it, trying to get a player sent off. Ref says no, play on. Terrible cross. And feisty in the Rhine Derby here. few kilometers separating Gladbach and Leverkusen. Leverkusen, very close suburb north of Cologne. Gladbach a little bit further up the Rhine. Hey, Travis. Good to see you again. What a game by Oliver Burke, eh? What a game. Union didn't create a ton of chances, but they took pretty much all of them. How you doing today, Travis? Burke hadn't really been up to too much so far this season, finding his feet at Union, and suddenly he has a hat trick. Yeah. Never underestimate a Scotsman, eh? Arsenal have looked pretty good so far. Have that on the Leverkusen game. I haven't been watching it closely, so correct me if I'm wrong. But it does seem like it was really just that like one chance for City and Haaland getting in behind. Aside from that, every time I look over, it seems to be Arsenal on the attack. I guess seeing the shots there. City's sort of technically having the better of the chances so far, but interesting that City seems to. And they're playing with like I think it's 6-2-2 for City. Apparently, Pep has decided that a deep block is perfectly fine these days. For Arsenal's sake, I hope you do. And as someone who's not really personally a fan of Leverkusen, wouldn't mind taking away their superhero. Definitely the man to watch for Leverkusen. Imagine, imagine Grimaldo delivering crosses from that left-hand side for Gyökeres. Well, actually, is Gyökeres even playing in this game? I don't remember seeing him yet. Okay, he is, yeah. City Arsenal game a little bigger. Ooh, a little bit of a nasty tackle by Bernardo there. Ooh. That's a good question. That's a good question. I'm gonna say Gyökeres. I haven't seen much of him, but I feel like seems like Arsenal are getting a little bit of joy down that right hand side. I wouldn't be surprised if Arsenal get a goal midweke, a cutback or a cross to Gyökeres. Leave it to Bernardo to leave a cheeky little bit in on was it Gabriel? Who do you think will get the goals for Arsenal? I'd be shocked if they don't score. City playing dangerously at the back there. Not usually a kind of strike you'd expect from Rodri in that position. Weird to see City playing deep block counter-attacking football again. Getting real feisty in the Rhine derby at Leverkusen and Gladbach. Ooh. Definitely a late challenge there. Kwanzaa. In the book too. Yellow cards coming thick and fast in Leverkusen now. They really are. He's really the piece that holds it all together for City. I feel like he really, more than anyone in the game today, probably, he really does a good job of holding the midfield basically by himself. He really frees up everyone else to be creative and do, you know, they don't need two holding midfielders for sure. Rodri is definitely can break up the play like pretty much no one else, but also excellent passer, like a real all-around midfielder. Good save by Flecken. Leverkusen goal. There we go, Declan Rice. Up the yards. Well, are creating chances. Thank you. I really have to stop doubting Union. I thought they were going to win against Hoffenheim last week, and it turned into a pretty ugly loss. And I was basically like, well, it'll be a good atmosphere today. It'll be fun to, for the Union fans to match themselves against the Frankfurt fans for the atmosphere. And then 4 goals later. Ooh, off the bar. Especially because, like, again, I don't want to be too hard on Union, but there's definitely been times so far where it's feels like it might be a fighting against relegation kind of season, and then they have a performance like that. Everyone's saying if Frankfurt would be a top contender against Bayern. I mean, to be fair, they came back into the game well, but nice to have wins against a couple of European contenders this year, or contenders for the European spot this season, Stuttgart and Frankfurt. And not even just against Frankfurt, but also away in Frankfurt, one of the toughest places to go and get points. It reminds me of their best seasons. Because when they were getting into Europe, like when Union were getting into Europe, they were really sort of outperforming their underlying stats. And I don't know if they got more later in the game, but at one point Union had their 4 goals on 5 shots on target. So if they can be ruthlessly efficient, it could be a good season. Good cross by Madueke. A little too far for Gyökeres. It's wild to see City having such a hard time to get out. They've had a couple of breaks, but aside from that, they seem to be struggling to even get out of their own half. For them losing, I feel like Arsenal have put in a really good... oh, it's Timber putting the cross in there. I feel like Arsenal... And I mean, it's dangerous, because I've seen a lot of games in the last 2 weeks or so that... where teams have dominated possession and lost comfortably, but City really don't seem to be able to create a whole lot against Arsenal in the first half. Go. There we go. Come on, Madueke. Oh. Oh, what intervention by Donnarumma there. I'm kind of curious about whether like Pep also played with like a pretty deep counter-attacking system against United in the derby last week. I wonder if he's like, well, we got Haaland and last year was kind of a mess and we're not winning much, so let's just sit deep and hope that Haaland can run in behind with Doku, because also with Donnarumma they don't seem to be as keen to play out from the back. It's much more sort of vertical. But Arsenal are doing a good job of winning the ball back when it goes forward, or when the City just kind of lob it forward. I would be so shocked if Arsenal don't score in this game. It's again, you never know, because you need that cutting edge. But oh, what a great switch again, and Madueke on the getting isolated on that side. I just feel like it's going to be a cross in from that. Come on. Oh! It seems very unlike Pep to go with like a pragmatic vertical counter-attacking style, but maybe he finally realized that whatever he was doing was not working anymore. Try something totally different. Long ball vertical football to Haaland. Post. Wow, what hustle by Gabriel to keep it in there. Arsenal just not letting up at all. Oh, that was a terrible ball for the overlap. Getting in trouble. Ah. Weird seeing Klopp's old assistant next to Pep. Great atmosphere in Leverkusen, but City and Arsenal, the more entertaining game so far. But look, City got it all the way into Arsenal's half. Anything you think Arsenal need to do? Because the one thing that sort of stands out to me is it seems that Joker is a little bit isolated against the center backs there. It's a lot of work for him to do by himself. I wonder if in the second half they might bring on like a... Actually, I don't know who they have on the bench, but if they have Havertz or someone, that might be a good option. have Gyökeres push the center backs back and have someone like Havertz or Odegaard kind of run into the space he creates, pushing them back. Oh no, they're both still out injured, eh? Hmm. Halftime in Leverkusen. Let's see what the commentators are saying about this little huddle here with the referee. Oof. Bernardo doing Bernardo things there. It's kind of strange too, because like Arsenal do a good job of like even here against City, for example, they pretty much have City backed up into their own box. Love to see if Gyökeres can open up some pockets in behind him for someone like Zubamendi or Marino. I mean, we know Marino's got goals in him. There we go. Defending by O'Reilly. Very good defending by O'Reilly. Threw a throw in out for a throw in on the same side. Don't see that very often. The Leverkusen game is actually pretty good. It's a little bit better than I thought it would be. Gladbach haven't scored a goal yet this season, so. And Leverkusen have improved a lot since Ten Hag was sacked. But it's actually Gladbach who had the better of it. I mean, Leverkusen have kind of. It's sort of like this game. Leverkusen have kind of dominated possession and control like Arsenal have, but it's actually been Gladbach who've been doing a little bit better, creating more chances in the counter. It actually seems like a pretty similar game, the two. Both games here. Yeah, I would have to tend to agree. I mean, if anyone wanted to defend him now, I feel like they'd have to lean real heavily on the his couple of years at Ajax because he hasn't really been able to prove much since then. And it's interesting to hear them talking about what happened with him at Leverkusen, where it was basically like he didn't get along with anyone, he didn't have a relationship with anyone, the players didn't know what he wanted, like no one was happy. Doesn't exactly speak to him being a great manager. Also somewhat reminiscent of at him at Manchester United. Now, that's getting kind of into don't look at the table too closely mode. Union's last couple results. Up to 10th, not bad. 2 wins, 2 losses. I'll take it. At this rate, Union should, if they can keep up this pace, they should finish comfortably mid-table, which I'd take. Take anything, anything that's not a relegation battle, really. Although again, I'm probably being a bit unkind to Union. They've actually half the games they've looked good, half the games they've looked bad. So if they can tighten their defense up again, which is kind of their hallmark, they've shown that their front three can basically create goals on their own. Just need to tighten up the defensive structure. Above 2 of the 3 corporate teams of Wolfsburg and Leverkusen. Yeah. Leipzig is unfortunately near the top of the table. Don't do that. But otherwise, things are going pretty well. Also, it's nice to see that. Yeah. Well, I mean, if he keeps playing like that, and in fact, it was quite impressive because most of pretty much all the Union goals, if I remember correctly, came in transition, and like it wasn't long passages of play. It was basically like turning the ball over and attacking quickly. And Oliver Burke was absolutely lethal for that. Yeah. Came over from Bremen on a free this summer, but he definitely played in English football before that. Was Nottingham Forest, Bradford City, RB Leipzig, didn't know that. West Brom, Celtic, Elvis. Yeah, Sheffield United. There you go. Yeah, 28 games between 2020 and 2022. Spot on. Real journeyman. Been active since 2014, and he's played for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is Union, his 11th club. Maybe he'll find his way back into the Scottish national team with more performances like that. He's such a good fit for Union because like they love big physical forwards, but to have a big physical forward who can also run like the wind is pretty good. He reminds me of Awoniyi at Forest. Well, when he's fit, but he was the record goal scorer for Union in the Bundesliga before he made the move to Forest. I think he had 15 goals for Union in the season before he made the move to Forest. It was the same sort of thing. Yeah. I mean, it's I like Burke because he's got kind of that well, yeah. Hard to mentally compare with a goalkeeper, but it's true. It's got sort of the same physique. He looks, when you just see him standing around, he looks like he would be just like a big, strong, barrel-chested kind of forward. You would never guess that it was his pace. That is his biggest weapon. But it's usually like Union usually play with traditionally with 5-3-2. And it's usually the big man. Yeah. Oh, Peter Crouch. Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense than Peter Cech. Although, I mean, to be fair, Peter Cech also probably had a he was also quite tall and lean. But yeah, Peter Crouch makes a lot more sense. more pace than Peter Crouch. A little stockier, but also Ansah is a similar sort of. He's like almost 2 meters tall, big strong guy, but also like excellent pace. Yeah. They seem to have something that works for them because like Uniona generally have a very defensive structure. They're very like a defensive identity. So to have the three big, tall, strong, quick forwards up front really allows them to do like because it basically again most of their goals today was like winning the ball high up in the midfield and like one ball in behind. Or there's a second goal for Burke. Illich just held the ball up well. One ball in behind for Burke running in behind the defenders. I mean, they don't commit much to the attack generally, but those front three have it all. Average back in Leverkusen. Doesn't seem particularly necessary, but do you think any subs for Arsenal at halftime? Any adjustments? Or just more of the same? Because again, they seem to pretty much have most of that first half. It was just one chance for Holland. Champions League. If they can get into the rhythm, Arsenal might actually be a good bet for the Champions League. Like we talked about last time, like the overwhelming, you know, that might be a good fit. I mean, Marino would gives that late run, but Eze would be good in the tight spaces, kind of break down City's weird deep block. I could see Arsenal being a solid contender for the Champions League because they have so much depth. Because like my mind kind of goes to like Bayern and PSG. PSG because like of what they did last season, like they were excellent in Europe, and Bayern because to me so far they seem like the best form team in Europe so far, but they are a little bit thin on the roster, so it'll be hard to say. But like I don't think there's any team with a deeper roster now than Arsenal, as long as they don't have any like really serious injuries to like because even too like even if they had like a Saliba or a Odegaard, they've already had quite a number of injuries and they're already like the depth that they have is amazing. It'd be nice to see as a I don't does he it'd be nice to see him play in that like right hand channel with Madueke because Madueke and Timber are doing a good job. If they could use those two to kind of uh distract the City defenders and then like pull one back for Eze in the half space, might be able to create enough space to get some good deliveries in there. Or if they overcommit to Timber and Madueke. Uh, I mean, I like Saka, but for the amount of hype that he gets, I've never really got it watching him. I feel like he's a good technical player, but he's not, to me, not the mega star, that everyone treats him as. From what I've seen this season, Madueke looks better. I mean, again, Saka's being injured most of the season, but from what I've seen of Madueke this season versus Saka last season, it is a hot take, but I'm not going to say you're wrong. Timer up again. About ready to go in Leverkusen. Back underway. Wow, almost all the attacking threat from Arsenal in the first half. Right. Running 0-0 in Leverkusen against Gladbach. Yeah, I would agree. I think, yeah, that guy's definitely very good, but he's not the megastar winger. I do drink beer. In fact, I would probably have some beers on stream if it wasn't like first thing in the morning here. What about you? Good answer. Um, hmm. I like German beers, so like I like Warsteiner. It's basically the local beer from where my mom is from in Germany. So I do like Warsteiner. It's a good question. Like a proper football fan. The beer's got to follow the football, not the other way around. Yeah, I like Warsteiner. I also like what was it? Why am I blanking on the name? Actually, when I was in Hawaii a couple years ago, I had yeah, to really start the day strong, it was Warsteiner Dunkel. Yeah. Oh, some pushing and shoving. Yeah, feisty, getting feisty in the Rhine Derby. Hey, you called it. It looks like that is Eze they on, right? I'm seeing there. Marino and Medweke coming off. Back end Eze coming on. Yeah, I was in Hawaii and I had a couple of Chang beer, the Thai beer. I was actually really surprised, being generally someone who gravitates towards German and European beers. I really, really like Chang. Do you have a preferred one? Do you have like a American beer you like, or do you like imports, or just whatever beer ends up within reach? They're gonna line up here in the second half with those two on. I like that Arteta is going for it. That he's not going to wait around and see if they do more of the same. Come on, Arsenal. I like the clarification, all beers that are good. That is a very important distinction. Go. Nice, I might actually be able to see yeah, definitely no waiting around for Arteta. It's actually interesting too because like I actually thought that I mean Marino wasn't as noticeable as you'd probably want, but I actually thought Madueke was sort of the biggest danger man for them down that right hand side. It's interesting that he's coming off at the half, but I guess maybe they figure if they're gonna have all of that space and time and like all of the emphasis down that right hand side, then might as well bring on Saka. I'm really impressed with Arteta that he's you know going for it. Like you said, why wait? But maybe I'm getting too used to watching Manchester United and their total lack of ability to make decisive substitutions has me thinking that no one will do it. I wonder if gonna see if my local liquor store has Typico. Getting all hopped up on oh, good shift by Saka. There we go. Oh, they're on him again right away. Wonder how long until Pep makes a change, because now, like you say, with the fresh legs. At least they beat Chelsea, arguably, because like it was not a great performance from United. I feel like the red card was pretty much the whole reason they won, because they got the 2 goals to win between Sanchez getting sent off in the 4th minute and Casemiro getting sent off in whatever the 50th minute or the 5th minute of first half stoppage time, and they really didn't look good in the second half, in my opinion. I started keeping an eye on it. It was sort of secondary game I was watching. Chelsea are weird too. I mean, they probably had a bit of a tough time because of having like the Champions League against Bayern. But I'm not going to give Man United very much credit for that win. Yeah, he really is. And it's wild because Sanchez had some good saves against Bayern in the game, in the Champions League game, and then he returned to usual form against United. Just I don't know what he was doing. He was never gonna get to that ball, and he just absolutely cleaned out Mbumo. Like just a crazy thing to do. I was really shocked when because like obviously a little bit more geared towards the Bundesliga and German football, but like when I saw Chelsea's defense, I was like, I barely know who any of these people are. Like they spent like £1 billion on players, and whoa, good save against Eze there. There's a lot of opportunities dropping for Arsenal players to get good shots from the top of the box there. Yeah, it's honestly kind of like United spending tons and tons of money on their attack, but like not really getting any of the positions that are most key to Amarim's system. Like they didn't get any. Well, they got Dorgu, but like they haven't bought the like star wingbacks that he needs in his system, and they didn't reinforce the midfield. And it feels sort of similar with Chelsea. Like, what did they spend all of that money on if they didn't buy any center backs? Really good start for Arsenal in the second half here. I feel like they've cranked the pressure up even a little bit more. Unless City can get a foothold in this game again, I feel like Arsenal are just going to keep upping the pressure. Glad to see that my oh, chance there for Leverkusen. Whipped on it. I think Mbeumo is definitely their best signing. He's the only one of them to me that has really showed like he deserved that kind of move. Cunha is very talented, but I feel like he's immediately falling into the trap at United of I'm going to get the ball, I'm going to try and run into space, and then take a shot from 35 yards. If Cunha can learn to be a little bit more of a setup man, I feel like he'll be more dangerous at United. But great defending from Bade for Leverkusen to get back one-on-one against Machino. And City defending for their lives. Ooh, chance for Gladbach. Oh, good turn by Eze there. Coming down that Arsenal right side again. Oh. I mean, I know the City have been struggling, well, basically for a year now, but Arsenal are all over them. I'm genuinely, yeah, I don't know. It must just be like a Red Bull hype thing or something, because like I don't see where Šeško deserved that kind of price tag. And if it was me and I was picking for Arsenal, I'd 100% take Gyökeres over Šeško every day of the week. Other problem United seem to have is I feel like it's like Šeško is a good example. They brought him in, they sat him on the bench, they gave him almost no minutes, and then when he gets on, they give him no service. So by the time, if they ever do sort themselves out, by the time they sort themselves out, Šeško's confidence will be completely gone. And then they'll probably want to pass to him even less because his confidence will be gone. So whenever they do occasionally pass to him, he won't do anything with it. Shot on goal for Gladbach. Looking a little bit better in the second half. Flecken's hands, though. I like to try and include things that people mention in the chat, so maybe I'll have to start off next weekend with a Pacifico. They do apparently have them at my local beer store. Start my streams, every stream with a traditional, or with a tradition of drinking a beer to start the day. I'll just pretend I'm at the games in Germany. I'm 3:30 in the afternoon. It's a perfectly good time to drink beer, even if it's 8:30 in the morning here. To Arsenal. That's a waste by Trossard. Alan probably should have picked out Foden there. Was it Eze back defending there? It was too. Almost played it off his own man into the goal. Also, yeah, I mean, it could go either way, but also like 13 in the Bundesliga in a really, like, and not even a terrible Leipzig side, but a Leipzig side that played terribly. A lot of talent in that team, and they were really bad. So I don't know why you would go for spend that kind of money for the number one striker from a team that finished mid-table in the Bundesliga with the talent to finish in the top three. Arsenal, I think, definitely dodged a bullet with that one. Ending there by Calafiori. Especially too, because like Portugal's obviously not a top 5 league, but I feel like we've seen a lot of players come from Portugal to England and show that like it's not that big of a jump. And as everyone points out, Gyökeres did it against City in the Champions League. I don't. I've actually been meaning to go back and look at where Šeško scored his goals too, because like 13 goals in the Bundesliga, but that doesn't mean that he actually scored against any top teams either. I'm pretty sure he had 1 or 2 against Union last season, which nothing against Union, but like scoring against Union is definitely a different animal than scoring against Bayern or big goals in the Champions League. Yeah, especially for the transition to England. Germany is like the low cash version of of the Premier League. Fast, athletic, transitional. I mean, the thing is, it depends. To me, it's all about how you define the greatest league. Because if it's like money and talent, then yeah, I wouldn't deny that the EPL is definitely the greatest. But for me, I'm very. This is very. I don't know, niche, as Goldbridge would say. It's pretty niche, but like for me, I like the Bundesliga because they have the best atmosphere, in my opinion. And I know that's a minor thing, and especially for someone who watches on TV instead of actually being in the stands. But like, I'm biased. I'm biased. I like the Bundesliga. To me, the Premier League is the original Super League. Because, like, of course, you still have promotion and relegation, but especially increasingly now, more and more, it's the same 3 go up and go down, and 3 come up, and the same 3 go down, and then 3 come up, and the same 3 go down. And I mean, of course, Germany has its problems too. Bayern win all the titles. That's obviously pretty pretty weak. But I think as soon as the Premier League came in and all of the TV money came flooding in, they became richer and richer and richer and richer. That was basically the end of anyone being able to compete with them. The only way that anyone will be able to compete with them is if they now get the second Super League money, which is the new Champions League format. And that's like that's where to me the nuance of like the EPL being the greatest against the other teams, because it's like, again, it's like if you're just talking about like on-field product and competitiveness and like anyone being able to beat anyone, then like, again, yeah, got to give that to the Premier League. But I appreciate that because the fans have majority control of virtually all the clubs, and because of that they keep like the ticket prices low, the stadiums are well maintained, the fans have a lot, like, and to be fair, it's not that the fans have been given more freedom per se, it's that the fans have held on to their power and their freedom. But like that's why you can have, for example, like today in Frankfurt they had like a choreo on three sides of the stand, each one with a giant like full stand tifo as well, and that would have all been done by the Frankfurt like active fan scene with little or no help from like the Frankfurt club. And so I think to me the Bundesliga or German football is the best because the fans still have the most power, control, say, influence of like anywhere any major league now, certainly the big five leagues. So that, to me, that's kind of thing is like, is that the fans, it's football is still for the fans in Germany, and football in the EPL is for money. The ultras in Italy are excellent, but they I think what happened there is they have had some violence problems, let's say. But the problem with that, like, it's kind of, that's kind of neither here nor there. But the problem with that for them is that the violence of the fans gave the police and the government a reason to crack down on them. So a lot of ultras in Europe, in Italy, have actually been banned from like lifetime bans from stadiums and stuff like that. So a lot of the most intense fans in Italy aren't allowed to go to football anymore. Um, Whereas in Germany, there's very, very little fan violence, and when what fan violence there is generally done not in the stadium. It's like 100 versus 100 in the woods, 10 kilometers outside the city sort of thing. And so they don't give the authorities any excuse to crack down on them, because I think ideally the Bundesliga want to kind of neuter their fans and take their power and influence away because they want the money to come in, but the fans have too strong of a position in Germany to be dislodged from their position of power in German football. That's super fair. That's super fair. And that's the thing too, is like I don't hold anyone else's opinion against them. Yeah, and I think it's with the with the mafia in Syria, I think it's a double whammy because then you have the police and everyone have obviously an excuse to intervene because of the mafia connections. But it also then, because I wouldn't be surprised if the mafia are also shot through with police and whatever as well, it gives the police an in to create fan violence that can then be used as a justification for shutting the fans down. And that's a strong feeling that I get from Italy, is that like they basically, the fan groups were probably infiltrated, and a lot of things that were used to destroy the ultras groups or to get the stadium bans and stuff like that was probably stuff, if I'm being real, maybe I'm conspiratorial, if I'm being real, I would say it was probably the police and the government creating a such 1-0 Leverkusen, creating an excuse to take the power away from the fans. Got the goal there. Finally a breakthrough. Gladbach had been playing pretty good. Let's see what happened here. Can't let the ball bounce. Good finish from Tillman. Got Gladbach in transition. Yeah, no kidding, eh? No wonder no wonder Nuno got fired. Peaky Blinder shit going on in Nottingham. It's crazy too because the Premier League talk a lot, a lot of big talk about like better controlling ownership and stuff like that. And then it's like, yeah, then you have a guy like that owning Nottingham Forest. And again, as you said, yeah, like if you're if you're a fan watching it from abroad, then the Bundesliga or the Premier League is definitely like it's the best. I mean, it's what they want it to be. It's the best on-field product. Getting the card here. Guardiola getting the card. Yes, love to hear it. Best TV series in my opinion. It would have been perfect if not for COVID messing up the production and one of the stars of the show dying before it was over. Oh, chance for Gladbach, weak shot. It's so strange to see City playing with five at the back. I guess Pep has given up on all of his footballing principles. Ooh, beautiful move by Trossard. Soft foul there. Oh, I keep forgetting about Boardwalk Empire. Like American Peaky Blinders, right? Pretty much. When I finished Peaky Blinders, was looking for something else. That was the one that kept coming up, but then I never got around to it. Oops, gotta get Leverkusen their goal. Notes for myself here. Boardwalk Empire. Hey, Travis, I got an offer for you too. Something I'm working on for the channel is to do a manager mode for FC26 with like a custom team to replace gonna replace RB Leipzig and with like a custom GFFC team. So I'm offering people who come and chat with me in the chat if they want to claim a player. I made a team with player from each of the 18 Bundesliga clubs, and then to get to a 23-man roster, I picked five German players that are either outside of Germany or playing in the lower divisions. So my other regular viewer picked Jackson Irvine from St. Pauli. So one of the 23 players have been picked. But if you're interested in claiming a player and joining the team, I have the available players up on my sidebar now. So if you're interested, let me know and I'll mark one off for you. Might still be a while at this rate to get into a squad big enough to actually get that career mode going, but figured it'd be a fun way to explore German football a little bit more. Then I don't have to wait for weekends. I can do exploration of German football in FC26 instead. Wonder if there's any great defending there by Gladbach. That works for me. He's not on the roster, but I will make him work. I'll just swap out Leite for Burke and then reshuffle the roster. So I'll give you Oliver Burke. I'll just make a note so I can adjust that. Excellent choice too. And it's great too because I'll probably do like an Union manager mode stream until I get enough players to do the GFFC team stream. So I'll get to use Oliver Burke a lot, so by the time the GFFC stream is up and going, I'll know how best to use him in the system. Right back. What am I doing? Left myself muted again. Grimaldo's a good choice. I mean, it's hard with players like Harry Kane. It's hard to make too much of a case that he's had the best start to the season this year, Grimaldo. But for his position, I would say Grimaldo is probably the player of the season so far in Germany. Interesting, he's taken Holland off. I know he hasn't really done much, but such a threat in behind. And with Arsenal kind of still dominating the game, you'd think you'd want that big, powerful runner in behind, but I guess not. So leave it to Doku in the pace instead of Holland in the strength. That would explain why he never won anything with Tottenham. Man, imagine if Arsenal had managed to get their hands on Kane when he made the move. I mean, Tottenham fans would have probably offed themselves en masse. They found out Harry Kane was signing for Arsenal, but what a game changer he would be. I will do that right away. Chance for Leverkusen. Good save, corner to Leverkusen. Well, that is pretty damning, isn't it? That is very damning. Was he in the Arsenal Academy? What is that Arsenal? 2001, 2002. That's funny. I really had no idea. Maybe that's why he signed for Bayern. He's like, Tottenham will never let me go to Arsenal, but I can go to the other big red-white team. I mean, at least the thing for Kane is that like I just can't imagine Spurs letting him leave to Arsenal for like any amount of money. So at least it's probably not a that's interesting. Pull back off for attacker. Arsenal really going for it. He does. Hey, I mean, you never know. He's still pumping in the goals for fun at whatever age he is now, 32. With the way that he plays and like not being particularly reliant on pace, wouldn't it be fun if, say, he wins like the Champions League with Bayern this year and decides, hey, it's time to come home to Arsenal next season. Well, I still got some Premier League quality left in me. Four minutes left in Leverkusen. Someone's getting a card on the bench. Whoa, Donnarumma! Definitely don't get the same kind of sweeper keeper action from Donnarumma as they got from Ederson. He had a much better shot stopper, but if City hang on to this is definitely not going to be not exactly a glorious win for City. Yeah, you absolutely have dominated the whole game. Aside from Doku's half chance there, like I honestly can't really remember a good chance for uh, City in this game. Like it has really been absolute Arsenal domination. City players injuring each other to kill time. How random. Someone in the crowd at Leverkusen's wearing like a 13 Colonies American flag shirt. Very random. That Wanyeri? Arteta throwing everything at the wall. 5 minutes of stoppage time in Leverkusen. Game's kind of fading out at the end, even if it's only a 1-goal game. Don't know what more Arteta can really do at this point. Basically brought on, it's all out attack now. Right, it'll take his sweet ass time getting off the pitch. I wish I actually don't have any on hand at the moment. But now that you've brought up beer, I feel like I need to become stocked for next weekend's matches. And Gladbach have a stoppage time equalizer. Their first goal of the season. Down in front of their fans, too. Corner comes in. Just out muscles the defenders. Great finish. And ammonium in the guest block for Gladbach. Maybe I should, well, I mean, I was gonna say, maybe I should do it as some sort of, like, contest to get to, like, I mean, honestly, at this point, even 11 subscribers. And I'll have a drunk stream. But, maybe my drunk stream is the way to get to 11 subscribers. I bet it would certainly be a lot more entertaining than some of the streams where there's not a lot going on. Not sure what's happening there. Oh, that's right. They did, didn't they? It was a Matty Cash. Man, can't believe Wolves still don't have a point. I mean, I know it's Wolves, but like 5 games, no points. I wonder what happened to Villa's scoring ability, because it doesn't seem like they're. I don't think they lost a ton of players or anything. They still have their strikers and. Minute to go. Leverkusen in the Rhine Derby. Good defending. Back on the left. Right, Arsenal. Offside? Maybe I should drive engagement for my channel here. Maybe I should have a turn my streams into a drinking game. For every individual person who comes and has a chat with me, I have to like chug an entire beer. The more people who get involved in the chat, the more drunk I get, the more fun the chat becomes. I even have one of those big, like 1 liter. Actually, I also have another one. A whole bunch of them. I could drink my way through all of these. But I have one of those big, 2 of those big, um, Oktoberfest beer steins. So I can drink my beer a liter at a time. Although I don't know. I guess that doesn't really translate to American. To would be 64 ounces, something like that. 1-1 draw, the final score in Leverkusen. Because they've got all the games scheduled real tight. Right off to Dortmund immediately. I'll be good enough to give Gladbach their goal before it. Yeah. 1-1. Oh, and ready for Dortmund, just like that. There you go. There it is. Well deserved. Well deserved. Now the question becomes, can they win it with 4.5 minutes to go? It'll probably be at least 5 minutes by the time the celebrating's over that they'll still get. Of course, I'm resetting all of my scoreboards when they actually finally get the breakthrough. Perfect run. The Trossard. What a finish. That was oh, it's Martinelli, yeah. What a fantastic finish by Martinelli. Oh, man. Now let's see them make City pay for sitting back and defending the whole game. I mean, Arsenal definitely deserve at least a point out of this, but I think being fair, it's really couldn't say they don't deserve it if Arsenal go on to win it now. Oh, what a touch by Eze. Crowd's certainly up for it for the last 3, 4, 5 minutes now. Right. Getting to watch tons and tons of football this season so far. There's been so many late goals. And what a beauty, too. They had City penned back and penned in their own box for so long. And it's just a beautiful individual. I mean, it was a great ball in behind for Martinelli, but what a finish. You called it too. You said Eze as the 10 in the attacking midfield position. What an absolute killer ball. Major compliment. Might even Man City have to park the bus against you to have a chance? You know that You gotta be hot favorites now. Definitely, I would say it's definitely gonna be Arsenal and Liverpool are gonna be the two again this year. Arsenal's challenge will be overcoming everyone just sitting back in a shell, and Liverpool's challenge seems to be that they struggle to balance defending and attacking. Have to score all their goals in the last 10 minutes of the game. Eze was such a good signing. That was an unbelievable ball to Martinelli. But ready to get underway in Dortmund. Time of there. Gotta be yeah. I was gonna say, gonna have to like say clip this, but I guess take a screenshot of your of you calling it, and then at the end of the season we'll come back and celebrate Arsenal's double together. And Oliver Burke winning the Golden Boot in Germany. Very least, it looks like you have a good chance of being Union Berlin's leading scorer this season. Him and Ansa are gonna have a go. Come on, Arsenal, steal it at the end. City happy to take the point now, I bet. Chance early for Adeyemi. Best. So far, you've been pretty spot on with everything. I wouldn't bet against any of your predictions. Definitely not too bad. I'd say I think Arsenal probably deserved all 3 points, but given it took so long to get the equalizer, a point apiece is probably fair. But you can definitely take from the game that Arsenal were definitely the better of the two. I'm really excited to see. Uh, they already played, didn't they? Arsenal and Liverpool. Arsenal up to second. Yeah, that's right. The game where Szoboszlai hit that ridiculous free kick being the difference. Well, Arsenal will definitely be there all season long. I'm gonna be doing the Dortmund Wolfsburg game now. Yeah, Szoboszlai is ridiculous. Um, One of the best. What like if Arsenal can get Grimaldo, I'd love to see a free kick contest between Grimaldo and Szoboszlai, two of the best strikers of the ball in the game. What do we got here? Yellow card to Bensebaini for Dortmund. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing the Dortmund Wolfsburg game, and then at 1:30, it's Le Classique in France. It's Marseille and PSG. So it's been a great. Oh wow, yeah, that was brutal. Properly kicked him in the face. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ben Savini just went for a bicycle kick and totally missed the ball and squarely smashed the Wolfsburg defender in the face. Um, yeah, a lot of really good derbies this weekend. Yesterday we had Nantes and Rennes, which is the Breton uh, derby in the northwest of France, and then Lille and Lens, which was the northern derby in France, and was the Derby della Capitale in Rome this morning. I didn't cover, but I did watch. Honestly, it wasn't actually that good. And then I had Merseyside Derby, and now, yeah, the French Classico this evening. So Dortmund and Wolfsburg, and then in about an hour, Marseille and again from the refs. Oh my god, brutal. Um, Marseille and PSG, yeah, from in Marseille as well. So normally, if it was in Paris, it'd probably be a pretty standard win for PSG. But having the velodrome behind them in Marseille, it might actually be a competitive game. So far, PSG are looking unsurprisingly dominant in France, but Marseille aren't too bad. So at home, big atmosphere, big occasion. Probably the most like charged game in French football. Hopefully Marseille can make something of it. I would be bummed if I stay all the way to the end there and then just watch PSG just hammer them. Oh, I love Adeyemi. He's also he's a long time like FIFA or like FC, I guess it's called FC now, but like it's just easier to say FIFA. Um, he's like an all-time FIFA favorite for me because he's so fast and he's a good finisher, but he's also got like an insane vertical. So it's like having like a 5'8" speedster, but who can jump like a 6'5" player. And is really great in the air. He's another one where I'm honestly kind of a little bit surprised that he hasn't, as much as I hate to say it, hasn't got picked up by a Premier League team at EME. Because he also, again, he has like a lot of the traits that are really valued in the Premier League. He's super fast. He's basically like, in my opinion, a upgraded version of Kevin Schade, who went from Freiburg to Brentford. Like a higher ceiling Kevin Schade. Dortmund have a really good attack this year with front three of Guirassy, Adeyemi, and Maxi Bayer. That's awesome. Dortmund are a good choice too. Like they. Oh wow, terrible cross. That should be a goal for Wolfsburg. I'm glad I've converted you to Union. Oh. But credit to Dortmund, yeah. I feel like Dortmund have now switched too because they're a bigger club, and like no shade against them for this, but I feel like they've transitioned to like buying up a lot of like the they like to buy the English or to yeah, to buy the English players and develop them and then move them on. A little bit less of developing their own players now. They're kind of moving into a position similar to Bayern where they're starting to they bring in the young English players and they collect some of the young talent around Germany, but like full credit to them because they actually develop them. You can always hold on to Dortmund in your back pocket in case Union get relegated. I love it though because like while Bayern are a big club in sort of like the universal sense now, they're the PSG of Germany. I like that Dortmund, they're a big club, they're a huge club, Dortmund, but I love that they still have this sort of like, they still feel like a traditional German club. They still do a lot of youth development, but they also, they have obviously like one of the most epic and legendary stadiums in world football. Sell out every single game. Basically like they're almost kind of like, if Liverpool weren't so dominant now, they'd almost be kind of like the Liverpool of Germany, because even the yellow wall is kind of like the Kop at Anfield. But Dortmund are more likable. I actually kind of used to like Liverpool, and now I find them extremely unlikable. Yeah, yeah, right. And it's funny too because like I try to be fair to Bayern because I don't like Bayern as a club because they're so corporate now. But I do appreciate, like I was looking into this the other night, I do appreciate that Bayern's fans and members are still great. Like I could never be a fan of Bayern anymore because they're basically a super club. But I appreciate that their fans don't take any shit from the club. It was back in I think 2022 they had the general assembly or whatever, like the general meeting of the members of Union or of FC Bayern, and the fans wanted to bring up like they wanted to have an open discussion on the Qatari sponsorship, and the board of directors or whatever for Bayern did everything they could, like every dirty trick in the book they could to try and ban any talk of the Qatar membership, even though like by their own charters they had to let the fans talk about it. They got the signatures and everything, like they had to do it. And when they wouldn't let them do it, the Bayern members, not even like the ultras or whatever, like just general members, shouted down the Bayern board, and it like descended into chaos with the fans chanting, "We are Bayern, you are not. We are Bayern, you are not." Hey, as a club, like again, I don't like Bayern in the sense of like they take away all of the competitiveness in the league. They're hyper corporate. They low key are trying to kill 50+1. Like the club itself, I don't like. But I do like the fans because they're like fans of any other club. And like I will always appreciate the fans because all of the things that I don't like about Bayern, the fans of Bayern also don't like about Bayern. But I would never support them. Not anymore. Those days are gone. But like, because for example, the other piece of information that gives me a bit of a soft spot for Bayern is for how much they also like are damaging to the Bundesliga and to German football because of their dominance and vacuuming up all the talent and all of that stuff. When Union Berlin were in like really dire financial straits and they needed a lot of money to be able to, I think it was when they were trying to go from the fourth division to the third division, they needed a ton of money to like do upgrades to their facilities and to pay for their third division license. Bayern actually agreed to do a friendly with them, like and give all of the proceeds to Union, and that money basically saved Union. And the same thing happened with St. Pauli the year after, I think. St. Pauli were also struggling to pay their licensing fee. So Bayern agreed to do a friendly with them and sent Pauli take all the money, and it allowed them to also like maintain. But I mean, those are nice stories, but it certainly doesn't excuse Bayern for basically demoing the league and its competitiveness. It's really sad that like it is. I find PSG to be even sadder because like at least Bayern did it organically to a certain extent. Like they did the hard work of becoming a dominant team. And I mean, of course, they have the corporate backing of like BMW or whatever, and like Adidas and whatever. But like they actually did it within the confines of how German football is supposed to work, and like they didn't sell the team to billionaires or to petrostates. But it's sad with PSG that they got their petro state money and just completely basically destroyed the French league, because there's no competition in the French league anymore in terms, like, even less than in Germany. Bayern would have lost a few titles if some of their competitors had not shat the bed, like a couple of years ago when Dortmund lost it on the final day. But like PSG, they've totally destabilized the economics of the French league. And so, okay, they've won all the titles more or less, but like they basically killed the French league as like a competitive top 5 league. And like Juve, Juve, I don't know what happened to Juve, because they also had like 10 titles in a row or something, and now they're maybe like a second-rate team in Italy, it would seem. Yeah, I mean it is, isn't it? Because like it doesn't, because it's like, do I think but that German football would probably on the whole be better without Bayern? Yeah. But are they like pure arch villains? I mean, still kind of, yeah, but not entirely. No, that's good. It's good. I like. I think it's good to have the context that Bayern aren't just like pure villains, and that they do help with some small teams and stuff. Although that was like their heyday of doing friendlies to help small teams survive was about 20 years ago. Apparently, I don't remember who it was, but there's a team in the third division that have asked to do a friendly with Bayern, and they're just kind of like, yeah, maybe. So I think those days are also gone. I think Bayern are becoming more of a super club. So what I hold on to is that their members are still good, and the members and the fans will hopefully stop Bayern Munich from murdering 50 plus 1. But like the club and their ethics and the board and the corporatism and stuff like that, it's totally fair to not like Bayern. And like generally speaking, I don't either. I just, because Union owe them a little bit of debt of gratitude, I have a soft spot for the fans and the preservation of German football culture by the fans, but anyone who dislikes Bayern, that's totally fair to me. And I also, again, I dislike Bayern. I'll give them their due where they deserve it, but I will also absolutely fucking roast them where they deserve it, and that's mostly what they deserve, is getting roasted. Especially too, because like, I don't know, for me, for someone coming to the Bundesliga from the outside, like I would never encourage anyone to support Bayern. It's boring and it's anti-football culture, in my opinion. It's true. It's like, yeah. Basically, since Klopp was managing Dortmund, they're really the only team that has given Bayern a run for their money, like, ever. Other than obviously the one season of Leverkusen under Xabi Alonso. But I mean, that's the problem with German football as well, is that like that was never going to be sustainable, because uh Xabi Alonso was obviously not going to stay at Leverkusen very long, especially with the Real Madrid job opening up. Like Liverpool would have been sniffing around as well, and then also the Gladbach or the Leverkusen players only really stayed because of him, and then as soon as he left, the whole team like just left too. Dortmund are the only ones who can even because like even when they have bad seasons and finish outside the Champions League every now and then, like Dortmund always recover. They always end up being the ones to push Bayern. There's no sustainability. Although to be fair, this is where the Premier League comes in because it's like who can compete with Bayern when the English teams are coming and offering you every season, 50, 60, 70 million pounds for your best players. The players will want to go and get their big payday. The clubs will want their big payday, but yet no team can ever build like, an earnest competitor over several years. I love Xabi Alonso. Like, even too, like I've watched videos of him before he was a coach, like when he had just retired. Oh, Adeyemi. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Speaking of what a player, oh man, what a goal. That's the other thing he's got too. He's got a heck of a shot on him. Can't stand off him 35 yards from goal. What happened here? What a strike at the near post. Showing off his like 5-foot vertical in his celebration there too. Whoa. Unless unless he's just really devoted to playing in Germany, gonna have to appreciate Adeyemi because with with performances like this, he's gonna I'm sure he will be finding his way to England next season. Especially because he is also too. It's not even just like, oh, they'll mop up all the talent, but I feel like Adeyemi would be such a great fit in the Prem. He's stronger than he looks. He's ridiculously fast. He's super good in the air. And as we saw there, got a rocket of a shot. Oof, that was a terrible cross. Oof. That would be pretty. That would be pretty wicked. Also, too, because like he's playing on the right. I guess he probably would play on the right for Arsenal too, because they Arteta likes the inverted wingers, so they can cut in and have the overlap. Imagine having Grimaldo on the left with Adeyemi. Although even too, there have Grimaldo on the left and have Adeyemi making runs to the back post with his like 5-foot vertical. The pace to slip a defender and the vertical to beat a defender in the air. I have a bad feeling for Wolfsburg. And because it's Wolfsburg, they don't even really have a great traveling contingent with them, so they won't even have the fans to give them a boost. Although I don't like Wolfsburg, so I don't really mind. If Dortmund want to go ahead and thump them, that would be fine with me. I kind of have taken on the tastes of a traditional German football fan. Don't like, don't really like Bayern. Don't like Wolfsburg. Don't really like Leverkusen. Hate Leipzig. Like the traditional clubs, like Dortmund, like Cologne. Gladbach are fine. Union, obviously the best. Freiburg is my second favorite. Cologne's my third favorite. I did actually see a fair bit of him. He's a little bit up and down, but I think it's a very, very solid signing. Under Alonso, he looked really good. So maybe being back in a sort of a more dominant team. But it's also he's a great depth signing because he can play multiple positions in the back line. So like he can cover at left back, left wing back, as well as playing as the center back. Yeah. It was a very shrewd signing, especially with the injury problems that Arsenal have had in the back line and how damaging that's been to them. I think Hincapie, I don't know. Everyone says Hincapie, but I don't know why it would be that. It sounds French rather than Spanish. But I think he's going to be a solid. Like I don't think he's going to come in and displace any of your current back four most likely. But like really, really, really solid depth. And like he could play in the starting 11 no problem, I would say. But Arsenal already so loaded with depth. I wouldn't be surprised if he's more of a depth sort of cover figure, but really reliable and really adaptable. So that's really good signing in my opinion. See if he's left-footed. Yeah, Mosquera looks like a beast from what I've seen of him so far. Arsenal, like, man, it is really wild because, like, honestly, if they don't win anything, like, I gotta agree that it's got to be Arteta out. Even too, like, even if it's not even Arteta's fault, like, that team is so stacked now. There's really no excuses for not winning, like, to not win anything anymore. Yeah, exactly, exactly. And I mean, wouldn't it be interesting if that's something real decisive? Because like our Liverpool didn't get the defensive cover. They didn't get Guehi, so they have I think 3 senior center backs or something. Arsenal are so deep into defense now. Really good counter pressing by good pressing by Dortmund. We'll just pretend that didn't happen for Eddie there. Terrible shot. I think PSG will be a top contender again because like now that they've stopped with the uh, Neymar, Messi, Mbappe kind of stuff, they have a much more balanced team now and a really well constructed team. But like I feel like both the depth and in a lot of positions, the top end talent is definitely higher at Arsenal. Also, because Liverpool left it so late, they didn't get anyone as far as I know. They didn't get it's not even like a basically just a body to cover and eat up a few minutes. So they're one critical injury at center back away from being paper thin. I mean, they don't have space for him, but it would be pretty hilarious if Arsenal scooped Guehi in January, if even just to keep Liverpool off him. But I doubt he'd go to Arsenal with the ridiculous amount of depth. Interesting too, because like, I mean, okay, you can make the argument as people would that like Liverpool doing what champions do, getting all the late winners or whatever, but at some point that's going to come back and bite them. Like they're going to have to start actually performing well at some point. Otherwise, Arsenal, if they can round into stride, are going to like at some point those late goals are going to stop going in for Liverpool. And if they don't clean themselves up, it's going to be. It could be like it's of course it's not going to be easy for Arsenal, but like, oh damn. Had Yemi strike 125 kilometers an hour, like what, 75 miles an hour? That's a good question. It would be really nice if they could get a actually within the system that they have, like the player that I would really love for Union to have that I think that would be absolutely perfect for them is actually Guirassy from Dortmund. I mean, the odds that they could ever pry him out of there without an unbelievable drop in form is obviously not realistic. But I feel like he's the exact perfect archetypal striker for. Oh. What happened there? Wrecked himself. Good touch. Ooh. What did he do? Kind of jammed his legs a bit. I don't know. I think Guirassy would be like the perfect archetypal sort of attacking player for Union. It's tough because if it was the old 5-3-2 that Union Berlin have played for like the last 5, 6, 7 years, I would love to have like a good creative midfielder, like someone who can hit a killer ball because it's all about transition. So if they had like a someone who was press resistant and was, had a good passing range. So let's see who I have on here, because I might actually have someone on my GFFC team that might be a good example. Because like a few years ago, they almost got was it Isco? Union almost signed Isco, and then like right at the very end, right when he came to do his physical, I guess there was some, I don't know, the terms weren't defined properly, and Union had offered him a certain amount like before tax, but they had thought it was like after tax or something, and Union was like, we can't give you any more money. Like, take the deal as it is, or don't come. And so he didn't come. But I think that's, if not like I mean, because also actually Adeyemi would be another one too. Because for years, Union had Geraldo Becker, who was like their danger man, Oh, that should have been 2. Should have been 2. Yeah, they were so close to getting Isco. I was in the Champions League year. When Union Berlin were in the Champions League that one season and had a little bit of money to throw around. And he was in Berlin. Like he was in Berlin for his physical. That's how close they got. And then it was just basically like a misunderstanding about the numbers. And Union were just like, we can't. We're Union Berlin. We don't have any more money to throw at you. But because I feel like that could be a game changer, because if they're gonna play mainly like a defend and transition kind of style, then having a playmaker who could play a killer ball in behind would be so useful. But if they're gonna go with 3 up top and this is the 2 sort of hard-working midfielders, then I've kind of it's not even, honestly, it's not even just because Dortmund are playing. I do genuinely think that like having a 2 up top of Guirassy and Adeyemi would be amazing. I mean, that's of course 2 players, but like they'd be a perfect fit for what Union does. Have Guirassy as the hold-up man, who can also run in behind, and Adeyemi as the man who can run behind, but can also be a threat in the air. Yeah, it was a heady moment for Union Berlin there for like a one hot second. Because they made it into the Champions League on the last day of, I think it was the 22-23 season. Had a late goal to make it into the Champions League. And then they signed Robin Gosens from Inter Milan. He had just played in the Champions League final the season before. And they got Leonardo Bonucci from Juventus, although honestly he was actually terrible at Union. He was too old to make the transition from Italian football to German football, but it was quite the moment to have Leonardo Bonucci playing for Union Berlin. Yeah, I agree. Especially because like I feel like Adeyemi can really play really well anywhere along the like any attacking position. He's good off the left, he's good off the right, he's good as like an inside forward in space, or even as a 9 if if you want him to run in behind. If I had to take one player that's not at Bayern to build a team around in the Bundesliga, like it'd probably be Adeyemi. I think he's basically got it all, other than like obviously just sheer size, but he's got so much strength. He's strong, he's fast, he's got a heck of a shot, he's got an insane vertical, he's good in the air, like he's got good direction on his headers. He's another one I am really genuinely surprised that he hasn't been snatched up by another league. Knock on wood, because I'm sure he will be next no later than next summer, but I mean, if we're talking about like realistic signings, because I really don't think that Guirassy and Adeyemi would ever find their way to Union unless late in their career, or if they have some sort of like catastrophic collapse of form. But like, I think it's also somewhat like I mean, just again, it's picking them all from Dortmund. But actually, like, if I'm picking someone who could realistically maybe find his way to Union, Marcel Sabitzer in the midfield would be a good pick. He's a hard worker. He's a good passer, and he's got a crazy good shot from range. So that could be he could fit into an Union midfield. He has the work rate, but he also has he has some class in him too. Yeah, that was crazy times for Wolfsburg. They won the league when they had De Bruyne. I think they were the last team to win it. Other than Dortmund and Leverkusen, like They were the most recent sort of oddball to win the Bundesliga back in, oh god, how long ago was that now? 2013, 2008. Must not be 2008. When did Oh, it was 0809. Yeah. Maybe that was before De Bruyne then. But they had Edin Dzeko and Grafich scored 54 goals for Wolfsburg that season. Oh, fast dust. That's going back. He must be long retired now. Oh no, still playing. God damn. Yeah, 36, that makes sense. I thought they had won it when De Bruyne was there, but I must be mistaken if it was 0809. 14, 15. It is crazy to think that it was from Wolfsburg that City got De Bruyne. I can't believe that. I can't believe Bastos is still playing. The original, but better Wout Weghorst, who also played at Wolfsburg. Bastos was like the class Wout Weghorst. Oh. I wonder if he has a team right now. It's actually interesting. He hasn't played since the 23-24 season, Bastos, but he hasn't apparently retired yet. Maybe if Union needs some depth up front, need a big target man. I don't have any beer. I'm a terrible German. If it wasn't already Sunday, I'd have beers for tomorrow, but hey, actually, if I want to introduce beers into the stream, I was thinking of doing some maybe doing a couple streams for the Champions League this week. Or is it the Champions League or is it the Europa League? What is on the Tuesday, Wednesday week? Yeah, it is Champions League. Oh. Or no, I guess it's the week after. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Champions League is off this week, and but I was thinking of doing some Europa League uh, on Wednesday, like maybe Freiburg and Basel, and what was it? Celtic away at Red Star Belgrade for my atmosphere hunting. Freiburg always has a great atmosphere, especially in Europe, and Basel have like some of the best ultras in the world. And then Celtic away in Belgrade should be a party. Good save. have Bas Doss playing as the central striker that he can be the hold up man that Burke can run off of. That's fair. I understand people not really caring for the lower tier European competitions. Again, it goes back to my mentality of being like an atmosphere hunter. So I'll probably do some Champions League too, but they've got the week off. It's just for me that like I think Celtic going away to Red Star is going to be crazy, and Basel coming to Freiburg is going to be a great atmosphere. But yeah, it's kind of Götze. It's actually funny now that you mentioned Götze. Götze would also maybe be a decent shout for Union, considering he's kind of out of favor at Frankfurt now. But he has that bit of he still has the creative talent, and he has a little bit more of a work rate. No, alas, not in Europe. They had Union had a meteoric rise. The first season they finished 11th, and then the second season they finished 9th. The first two ever seasons in the Bundesliga. And then they finished great defending. He did, and he's still got the class. The class is permanent. But he's because he's not really the star man anymore. He's also added a lot. Like he's added a good work rate in the midfield. Like he's a pretty solid 8 now, Götze. So I would definitely take him at Union. Yeah, it was 2021. It's the 2020-21 season. Union qualified, they made the Conference League, and then the next season they made the Europa League, and then they made the Champions League, and then in their Champions League year, everything came crashing down. They were absolutely dreadful, and they barely survived the relegation fight. They secured staying in the Bundesliga on the last day of the season in their Champions League year. It started so well, almost getting a point at the Bernabeu in the Champions League, but it ended with them having to scrape survival on the last day of the season. But this was good. This was from when they were in the Europa League. Probably Union Berlin's greatest night in Europe, or greatest night in Europe. They won in Amsterdam against Ajax, and then I think they drew in the second leg at home, but it was enough because they had that first leg win. Oh, me too. Me too. It's too bad for Royce that he struggled so much with injuries, especially too because then people say of him like, "Oh, he never left because no one wanted him because he was injured," and it's like it's been made pretty clear that there were a lot of teams, especially Bayern, who wanted him, and he refused because he wanted to stay at Dortmund and he wanted to be a Dortmund man. I love players. I love one team players. I mean, of course, now he's gone to MLS or whatever, but I don't really count that. A lot of players make those, like even like Gerrard and Lampard and all of them were, to me, I always think of Lampard and Gerrard as one club players, even though they also went to MLS or whatever. And I think Lampard went to like City for a season or something like that. But yeah, especially in the Bundesliga where it's so hard for teams to hold on to talent and top talent. Always mad respect for Royce for staying basically his whole career there. Especially because he ended up, unfortunately, I don't think ever winning anything with them because he joined right after Klopp. Or he made his breakthrough right after Klopp. And Dortmund never really did much in his time. Love Totti. Remember him back from way back in the day when I was watched football as a youngin. I was in Rome a couple years ago, and we're doing like a tour of the Colosseum, and our tour guide was this woman who was like a huge fan of Roma, and she was talking about how Totti had his like a tattoo of gladiators on his arm or whatever. And I was like, oh yeah, like of course, Francesco Totti. Is like, how do you know about Francesco Totti? I was like, because he's a fucking legend. How would someone who knows about football not know about Totti? That's great. I love that. As a personally, obviously a huge fan of football scarves, I endorse getting an Union scarf. Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. Because especially too, because like again, it's neither here nor there. Like football is the way that it is now. But especially with the money that gets thrown around, like I'm sure Royce had the opportunity to make more money at Bayern, to make more money abroad somewhere like England or what have you. So for him to like willingly choose, like, no, I'm not going to take the step up. I'm not going to take the huge paycheck. I'm going to stay true to Dortmund. Like in this day and age, having loyalty to your club when you can leave and go make more money, you have a bigger chance at trophies, things like that. And like for example, like I can't really hold it against him as like one of the highest quality players of his time, but it was kind of disappointing for me that Harry Kane went to Bayern Munich because I was like, wouldn't it mean so much more to win literally anything with Spurs than to being a Spurs legend, Arsenal fan, but Spurs legend? Wouldn't it mean more to win, for example, a Europa League at Spurs than to just, rake in the trophies at Bayern as just another piece in the Bayern trophy machine? Yeah, I tried to be. I haven't traveled as much as I like lately, but when I was right when I finished high school, like my mom worked hard and saved up some money for each of her kids, and like my brother and sister, they took the money and they bought cars. And I took the money and I went for 3 months to Europe, and then I liked it so much that I spent the next year and a half just working my ass off, and so I went back and spent about 6 months in Europe. And I just try and travel as much as I can, but the older I get, the less money there seems to be to make that happen. Yeah, yeah. Well, luckily for me, at the moment, this is actually my job, as unsuccessful as it has been in the at becoming a job in the first couple weeks here. Um, my partner actually makes quite a bit of money as a tattoo artist, so she was able to give me the chance to just give this a try, see what I could do. Um, but at my old job, I worked at a restaurant, and I basically, especially because I ended up being pretty much their best employee, um, I just basically give them as much notice as I could, and then they would just give me as much time as off as I wanted, as long as I promised to come back. So like when I went for my 6 month trip in 2011, like I was basically like, hey, like I gotta quit because like I'm gonna be gone for 6 months. And they're like, no, no, don't quit. Like, I mean, like, well, you technically quit, but like, just come back as soon as you're done, and we'll put you right back on the schedule. We'll get all your shifts back. Don't even worry about it. No football tattoos yet, but I was lucky because when my partner was first starting out as a tattoo artist, I got to be the guinea pig. I got to get all of like I have the first tattoo she ever did. Um, and like I got like basically my full sleeve here. But now she's very successful and very busy, so it's been a few years since I've been able to get a tattoo. But football tattoos are high on my list when hopefully when I'm making enough money at this job years from now, and she has some time and doesn't just have to prioritize the paid work, definitely getting an Union Berlin tattoo. It's probably best that I don't, honestly, because like the first football tattoo I wanted was like a Bayern Munich crest, and I wouldn't want that anymore. I'd probably have to get it lasered off. But I feel like now I would be comfortable. It's actually what I would like to get. My first football tattoo, I'd like to get, oh, I'm warping it. This Union logo, like the bear and the ball. I've seen a couple Union Ultras with that, but to me, I think it would make a better tattoo than like their actual crest. And even if I were to somehow fall out of love with Union sometime down the road, I feel like I'd still be happy to have a tattoo of their crest because they're the ones who showed me, like, Union showed me why I actually love football. Because I've always been a sports fan. I've always loved going to like live sporting events. But I never really, like, I always felt a bit weird about it because it felt like just sort of consuming sports or whatever. And it was Union who showed me like why football is really special and like why fan culture is important and special. And so even if I fell out of love with Union, I'd still be happy to have their, an Union tattoo because of the impact that they had on my life. Like if not for Union, I wouldn't be doing this right now. It's actually funny that you should say that. And thank you. I'll let her know. She'll be happy to hear that. I agree. And it's funny because like my tattoos are actually quite old now. This was in like her first year or two of tattooing. But it's funny you should say put it right on my chest because like, I mean, you're the only one here, so I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I actually have, my chest is pretty full at the moment. So I might have to find an alternative spot. Well, I mean, maybe I have a leg that has basically no tattoos on it. Maybe I should make a little homage leg sleeve to all the people who are helping me out at the start of my football project here. Got a St. Pauli crest for Oro, my other regular who was here yesterday. Got a cannon to get a cannon for you at Arsenal. I was thinking of maybe getting that the round Union Berlin. Oh, that's a little bit too low. Getting the round Union Berlin crest like on the back of my neck, but it's always visible, but also kind of low key. Yeah, I think that was the moment for me, and I didn't even realize it fully at the time because like that was the first Union game that I watched, or that I saw, and like I've watched pretty much every Union game since. It wasn't like, oh my god, right now, like this is my team forever. But it really grabbed me enough that like I want to see, I want to see what this club is all about, and like just. like got a little bit of space, just like a little upward facing cannon between the deer heads. And it was actually I should really put it up as like my banner on my YouTube page or whatever. I was so lucky to get to go and see. I don't know if I told you this story when I was in back in 2023. What did it mean? Yeah, when was it? Yeah, I think it was 23. I got to the same trip actually, the trip where I got to go to Italy and go to the Colosseum and blow the tour guide's mind that I knew who Francesco Totti was. I have a friend in Berlin, and me and my partner both really love Berlin. So we're like, well, if we're in Italy anyway, like we're gonna have to make a multi-leg flight or whatever back home. So we might as well stop over in Berlin. Like, we'll just go and spend a weekend in Berlin at the end of the Italy trip or whatever. And like, while we were get like where Antony has his tattoo or whatever, just get like a little gunner cannon like right there, and just right across the neck, just above the collar. And never be safe in most of London ever again. But yeah, so we had this trip to Italy for like me and my girl for our 10-year anniversary. I mean, we're not married, but we'd been together 10 years at that point. So we decided we were going to go to Italy, and we just figured we'd tack on Berlin for fun. And after we left for the trip, like, we were in Italy, and Union announced their friendlies for the upcoming season, and they only held one friendly at the First Serie at home for the entire preseason, and it was on the Saturday on the weekend that we were going to be there. So like, we did Berlin because we liked Berlin and I wanted to visit my friend. There was nothing really more to it than that. And then when we were in Italy already on the trip, we found out that the only friendly that Union were hosting was going to be the Saturday that we were in Berlin. And because like the active fan scene in Germany, like the ultras and stuff, they don't give a shit about friendlies, so they didn't turn up. So I was actually able to stand on the Waldseite end where the ultras normally are and watch the whole game from that end. I felt like a bit of a childish dork, but after the game, I got up onto the capo stand and got some pictures on the capo stand at the front of the Waldseite end. I mean, it's really dumb of me to not have posted like any pictures of that on my socials or on YouTube or anything like that. Maybe I just feel silly with the I feel silly having gone up on the capo stand because like everyone else who had got up to get photos were like kids and stuff, but I'm like, might literally never be able to attend another match at the First Serie, so might as well get up on the capo stand while I have a chance. If I still have it somewhere handy on my phone. Wrong way now. Proof that I was at the First try. Proof I was on the capo stand. This was this is where I got to watch the friendly. They even won too, and I think it was one of the few friendlies they won that season. And it was actually funny because that was the Saturday, and then we flew out of Berlin on the Monday, and we flew to Dublin to get like our flight back to Canada, and the whole plane was like half the plane was full of the traveling Dublin fans because Union had played Bohemians from Dublin. So literally, the guy sitting next to me on the flight the day after the day after the match was actually like a Bohemians fan. But as they tend to do when the Scots and the Irish and all of them go over to Germany, like he looked like he had one hell of a fucking hangover. Oh, do I have a Oh, I don't. They have like a bear outside the because so the I don't know if you know the name for the Union stadium is the Stadion an der Alten Försterei, which literally translates as the stadium at the old forester's house. And it is actually because it is literally it's the club's office is literally the old forester's house. Miss the timer again. Let's back up and run in here. Legend has it that Hitler was a Bayern Munich fan. Although I get both sides of it because I've heard that he was a Bayern Munich fan and I've heard that he hated Bayern Munich. So, but as far as it goes, it seems like it's generally. Well, it's interesting though because it is actually it's a bit of a contentious thing in Germany because people argue about who he was a fan of or wasn't a fan of, and some people say that he was not a Bayern Munich fan. And there's people who say that he was, and it's kind of hard to tell because it could go either way. Because I mean, he the whole thing was in Bavaria, and they even back then Bayern were really good. So sorry, I had to respond. Apparently, I can't let a question go by unanswered. Also, to be fair, I mean, I know it was a joke, but to be fair, Union actually didn't exist back then. They were called, I think, FC Oberschönweide. Yeah. It would be kind of fitting if he was, because I mean the Nazi Party came up in Bavaria, and I wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to pick a winner. Pick a winner. Although it was quite some time later that that Bayern really became the dominant force, so probably a fair. I think if it's fair to call anyone a piece of shit, I think he would definitely get that title. One second off, but keep missing it. Jesus Christ. 30. Union were founded. I sound dumb and get it wrong, but I'm very, very certain that they were founded as Union Berlin in 1960. So most of their history is also in the East German League. So they actually do have a very small amount of trophies, but all from like the former East German division. '66. They were founded as the current team in 1966. I was at least right. Whoa. Good bit of improvisation from Koval there. Yeah, before that they were FC Olympia Oberschöneweide. You know, real nice ring to it. The initial founding date of Union Berlin as the original club was in 1906 as a different version of Oberschöneweide. But they in January 20th, 1966, they became Union Berlin and have been that way ever since now. So it's what? Next year will be 60th anniversary for Union Berlin as Union Berlin. They're actually probably, I wonder, they might even actually have a game on their 60th anniversary day. I imagine Union will probably do their 60th anniversary celebrations. It'll be Dortmund in town the weekend after their 60th anniversary. Yeah, as Union, not so long. Especially because like a lot of German clubs go back easily 100 years. Stuttgart, for example, even just on almost got through. Beautiful turn. Corner. Stuttgart have like the really distinct red stripe on their jerseys, and in their first home game they were did like a full stadium tifo and choreo to celebrate 80 years of the Reds, the iconic red breast ring, as it's called, Brustringe, chest ring. So they're just Stuttgart's chest ring is 20 years older than Union is as the club under that name. And like Mainz 05, they're from literally they're from 19 they were founded in 1905. Hanover 96 was founded in 1896. So for a German club, Union are pretty young. Leipzig is very new. Leipzig is very, very new. That's one of the reasons why they are universally hated by German fans. Leipzig have quite the story of infamy in German football. Let's see how recently. RB Leipzig were founded in 2009. Definitely, I think they're by far the newest club in German football, and there might be one or two that might be slightly newer, but those would be really, really tiny clubs that basically collapsed and had to be reincorporated from scratch. Yeah, if you end up following the Bundesliga much, you'll quickly encounter that everyone in Germany hates Leipzig and hates Red Bull. Because what happened with them is because Germany has the 50+1 rule, but it only applies to the top 3 divisions fully, because those are the ones that are within like the German Football League, like the equivalent of the EFL in England. There's the DFL in Germany. And Leipzig, what Red Bull did is they wanted to get into the German football market, but because of 50+1, they couldn't just buy like a good team and convert it into like a Red Bull team. And also on top of that, German football clubs can't have like corporate sponsors in the name of the club, with the exception of Bayer Leverkusen, because Leverkusen was founded in 1900 and by Bayer Pharmaceutical as like the company club team, so they got grandfathered in. That's why they're allowed to be called Bayer Leverkusen, even though it's a corporate name. But like Red Bull weren't allowed to call themselves like Red Bull Leipzig, or if they tried to like buy or take essentially controlling corporate shares of a club, they wouldn't have been allowed to call them Red Bull. And so they bought there was a 5th division club that was in like dire financial straits. So what RB Leipzig did was they like paid them a ton of money to buy their 5th division license, and then they refounded that team, like they rebranded that team whose license they took essentially as RB Leipzig. And then the other team reformed with that money under like a different name or whatever, or like under a different. They got their license back, but they started from scratch, and Leipzig took their license. And you might even see like I have on my scoreboard, I have them as Rasenballsport instead of Leipzig or RB Leipzig or Red Bull or anything like that, because and this is something that they get mocked for a lot. They wanted to have that like RB abbreviation, of course, but they couldn't call it like Red Bull Leipzig because it would break the rules. So they called themselves Rasenballsport Leipzig, which everyone mocks them for, because the literal translation of that would be something like grass ball sport or lawn ball sport. They basically just made up a word essentially to get that RB abbreviation. So now, like, I'm on Union Berlin. I get their newsletter or whatever, and they had like a list of like the upcoming fixtures, and they had all the different logos. And then even like the official Union Berlin newsletter, they had like they stuck like a sticky note, a digital sticky note over Leipzig's logo that just says Rasenballsport on it. Also on top of that as well, RB Leipzig, like, they're technically a 50+1 club. They technically follow the letter of the law in that they do technically have a controlling stake in the hands of the members, but everyone still hates them even with that because they have the price to be a member for Leipzig is astronomically higher than it is for any other club in Germany. And they also can deny people membership, whereas pretty much any other club, like, unless you do something like absolutely horrendous, like, clubs don't deny memberships, and usually a membership is no more than a couple €100 for an entire year. But for Leipzig, it's thousands per year, and they can deny anyone they want. And so they technically follow the 50+1 because they do have the membership thing and whatever, but they have membership rules that no one else in Germany has. So, like, they are absolutely universally loathed by every real football fan in Germany because they're basically trying to undermine everything, all the best things about German football every step of the way. It's actually it's shocking that Bayern have never had an invincible season. That was really that season for Leverkusen, like, unreal even by German football standards. Like, that they did that and Bayern Munich never have. And that they literally came within one game of an invincible all competition treble, only for Atalanta to take it away from them in the very last game of the season, the Europa League final. But yeah, Leipzig does sound like a club founded by the United States, doesn't it? And it's even like I was on Reddit on like the Bundesliga subreddit or whatever, and there was a Cologne fan from the States, ironically enough. What a goal! Surely, what? That looked like a goal. Oh, as close to a goal without being a goal as you can get, I guess. Also, if it is a goal, it won't be a goal because they're all offside. Also, probably offside on the second one even as well. Right, a kick. Might actually be better for Wolfsburg that it didn't stand because it probably would have been taken away for offside, so at least they got a corner out of the deal. That said, I'm cheering for Dortmund nominally, but wow, that was terrible. I know, right? I want to see another replay because even when they showed the replay, I was looking to see if the guy was offside and missed whether it went over the line or not. About as close as you can get to scoring without scoring, I guess. Oh, I guess the Classique should be up and running. But yeah, now you know the full story of why everyone hates Leipzig so much. Time does that start? PSG isn't even on my isn't even on live score. What's happening with the team? I'm really confused. There's like there's even a broadcast up for the Marseille PSG game. But like it's not on any of the on like the scorekeeping apps or anything. I don't know when this game's supposed to be starting, but I mean I do have it up, but I don't know what the fuck's going on. So we'll just focus on the just stay focused on the Dortmund Wolfsburg game for now. Dortmund really seem to have like I don't know if they're intentionally sort of trying to ease off a little bit, but Wolfsburg seem to have come into it again a little bit better in the second half here. This is what I'm looking for? If so, I'll try and have one of those for next weekend stream. Well, probably more than one of those. I'll see if I can get some of those for next weekend stream. Although honestly, I should probably if I want to have beers with my games, I should probably pace myself by by maybe starting with European games. I can at least start my drinking at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon instead of 8 o'clock in the morning. Although, what am I talking about? Football, German. Probably should just do the drinking at 8 o'clock in the morning. I was kind of looking at other stuff. Did they ever end up showing the replay of the goal that wasn't a goal? Can get drunk between the hours of 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. And that way I can do my hangover in the evening and I can wake up the next day feeling great. I mean, I did see ages ago, I saw some nutritionist or something talking about how if you're going to drink alcohol, it's actually better for you to drink it in the morning. So I'll remove all context and everything else he said from that and just assume that he meant to say that I should just do morning drinking. I gotta like turn it into a drinking game though, because otherwise I'm gonna end up not drinking, or I'm gonna end up drinking a bunch, but there's not gonna be anyone there to watch me be drunk. Gotta be for like every new person who comments in the chat, I'll drink a whole beer. Of course, that'll be the day where I suddenly have my breakthrough and go viral and have like 100 people in the chat. Spend the last game of the day curled up sleeping under my desk. But the second to last game, before I end up sleeping under my desk, would be a lot of fun. Goes to the PSG game. Nope, still nothing. Solid former Unioner there, Julian Rierson. Actually, two former Union players on the field for Dortmund. Nico Schlotterbeck also was at Union for a season. He'd be another one who would be really good to have. Nico Schlotterbeck. Be great to have him back at Union. Bring some elite quality to the back line. Wow, they didn't show any build-up to the PSG Marseille game at all. They literally cut from ads to the second of the kickoff. Oh, is it in Paris? I guess it is in Paris. Never mind. That's slightly less fun. It'd be more fun if it was in Marseille. This probably makes it less likely that Marseille will upset them. If I had beers, I would bet a beer on that. Although it's funny because I would tend to agree with you that he will score. But if I had beers here, I would drink a beer if you got that right. Oh, I'm setting a precedent. I'm gonna spend a lot of streams drunk at this rate if I make those kinds of promises. I mean, to be fair, I kind of like with this project, I kind of wanted it to be just a place where like fans could come and hang out and chat football about whatever football is on, whatever team people are fans of, whatever. Just like basically like a digital football pub. So it would be fitting to make beer a more prominent feature of that. I redesigned my set to look like a bar. That was actually kind of the original idea, honestly, was to try and make this corner kind of look like the corner of a pub, but it was a little bit too much money and too much work to make happen before the start of the season. More of a stretch goal, I think, at this point. Wolfsburg have done a pretty good job of taking the bite out of Dortmund's threat players, Guirassy and Adeyemi in this game. Thank you. I actually do really appreciate that a lot because like when you do only get like I mean it's really early and like I just it's only been a couple weeks and I'm doing everything from scratch by myself. All the overlays and everything and social media and all of it I'm handling myself and also still doing like part of the trade-off for my partner taking on the financial responsibilities while I try and give this a go was to do like more of the housework or whatever so that I could earn my keep to be able to do a job that doesn't bring in any money right now. It's been super busy and super hectic, and I'm busy like all day, every day now. So I do appreciate the encouragement to keep going because like it feels sometimes like it's not really gonna, like it's not really taken off, but then I have to just remember that it's also only been a couple weeks, and YouTube isn't doing me any favors. They don't really seem to care to support new channels until those new channels are big enough to make them some advertising money. Which means they're also not gonna like me because my goal is, my stretch goal is to get to 1,000 subscribers so that I can actually turn the ads off my channel. Because right now, if there are any ads on my videos, I'm not getting anything for them. It's all just YouTube. But I can't actually turn the ads off unless I become like a part of like the YouTube partner program or whatever, which I can't do until I get to 1,000 subscribers. But like my first goal is to get to 1,000 subscribers someday. And the first thing I'll do when I hit 1,000 subscribers is to turn the ads off. Which will also really make YouTube not like me all that much, but I appreciate the kind words. It means a lot when I'm just starting out and I don't even like half the time don't even have anyone to chat with, so I'm just kind of talking to a camera. Thank you, man. It really means a lot. Like not to get all sentimental or whatever, but like it's a little bit tough when I'm half of yesterday I was just in here by myself, just talking to the camera and watching the football. So makes me feel good to get the encouragement that this is worth doing. And yes, I know that should be full of beer. It almost looks like beer. So next week I can replace it with beer. Oh, what a save! That should be in the second for Dortmund. I think it's the right thing for me. I think it's a rare thing, probably, honestly, for someone to be able to sit in front of a camera for like 7.5 hours and have the energy and the, you know, the patience and the, like, I don't know. It's a lot to sit in front of a camera for like 7 straight hours, especially when you only have someone to like talk to and whatever for so long. So like I do think I have the right skill set for it, but just need to be patient and take the time and just let it happen. I mean, I actually honestly I do agree. And that's kind of how I look at it too, is even if this doesn't blow up, and even if like in, you know, at the end of the season I don't have much of a following and it's just not sustainable and I have to go back and get a real job again or whatever, like even just hanging out with you, hanging out with like Oro, my other regular, it's been so fun, and it's been the most fun I've had watching football in like years, because I don't really have anyone in my life who I watch football with, and like one of the things I wanted to do with this was like, I don't have anyone to watch football with. I'm sure there's other people out there who don't have anyone to watch football with, so let's just all, you know, let's see if I can find all the people who want someone to watch football with, and we can make a community. But just even having just one person in this chat at a time, it's fun. And it's good, because if it's just me and you, then I just get to hang out with you and chat, and it's super fun. And if someday it's 100,000 people in the stream, then I'm sure I'll probably have to do things a little bit differently, because I don't. I'll have to learn how to manage, you know, communicating with more than one person at a time while also actually keeping an eye on the football. But every time I have you or my other regular in the stream, I'm like, it's worth it. It's worth it. Even if nothing ever comes of it, even if I have 1 year at this and it never really comes to anything, it'll have been worth it, you know, to have being able to watch football with you and drink beer. Exactly. Drink the beer, watch the football, have some banter. Now I really want a beer. Now I'm sad that I don't have a beer. I think you have solidly and I mean too, it is actually kind of shameful on my part that like one of the most notable features of my set is the whole collection of German beer steins, and I don't have any beer in the house. Like I'm gonna give myself an L on that one. I'll take all the praise and that I'm doing the right thing, but I definitely need to have at least one beer next weekend. Actually, I wonder. There is actually probably enough room to fit that circular Union crest, like right there. Yes, I definitely have to have a beer. I have to have a beer. Even if I can only manage one beer because it's 8 o'clock in the morning, there's no getting away without having a beer anymore. Especially because, again, it was supposed to be like a football pub vibe. So how is it a football pub without beer? Maybe to ease myself in so that 'cause I do like beer, but I don't drink a whole ton. So especially drinking first thing in the morning, it's probably going to hit me pretty hard. So maybe my goal for next weekend will be to have to get a Pacifico and a Vorsteiner, and we'll see how I do with 2 beers per day next weekend. 2 beers on Saturday, 2 beers on Sunday. And if I don't black out or throw up, then I can see about creating a on-stream drinking game or something. And that's actually it's again nice that you say that too, because like that's kind of what I've had to remind myself too, is I'm like, would I really want to have 1,000 people on my stream right now? Like, would I really be ready for that? Like it's kind of like it feels tough because there is a time limit on how long I can do this. But that time limit is basically at this point is basically the whole season. So beyond this, I've still got like another 30 match weeks or whatever. And if like, cause yeah, like if I had like 1,000 people watching right now, like I don't know if I'm ready for that, honestly. Like it's probably good to build it really slowly, step by step, person by person, until I kind of know what I'm doing. And get my workflow balanced out too. I have lots of ideas of things I want to do on this channel, and I keep sort of thinking like, do I have the time and energy to bring all those things in now? I'm more of a pot smoker myself, so I would say probably. Well, I mean, hey, uh, you're saying that, not me. But I have nothing against degenerates. Degenerates are super fun. It's probably for me the drinking is probably more on like a monthly kind of thing. Like probably because we have a bit of a weird working schedule. Like our Friday is kind of Wednesday, so like probably 2 Wednesdays a month I'll have a couple beers or ciders or margaritas if my girl's making the decisions. When the 1,000 people arrive, I will be ready for them. I'll have faith that I have what I'm supposed to have at any given moment. Because also too, it's probably maybe it's better to just have one person at a time, so I can learn to balance everything and be build some relationships with some great regulars, and then the 1,000 can just sort of shuffle in behind. But again, really appreciate the votes of confidence. Especially too, because like there's a lot kind of going on in my family at the moment, like my broader family, like so I don't really no one in my family is really paying attention to anything I'm doing. So like having my regulars bigging me up and giving me some confidence is good. Thank you. And I mean, it's funny because like I followed a bunch of sports when I was a kid, but like among the various things I wanted to be as a kid was to be like a sports broadcaster, a commentator, and like I never really understood why the easiest thing for me to remember was like sports stats and like football players and like who plays for what team and all those things. I'm like, it makes perfect sense now. It's hard to kind of doubt that this is, or hard to think that this is the wrong thing for me when it's literally like this is what I've always loved my whole life. I just never knew what to do with it. So just have to be patient. I just have to be patient. And I mean too, again, like maybe if it doesn't work out fully, then maybe I just do like one stream a week, maybe just the Saturday games or something, and I can just work it around my job or whatever. But that's a long ways away. I got months and months and months and months to get this up to a level that it's at least shows promise. Because I don't have to have all the bills paid by the end of the season. I just have to show that it's a viable project to continue working on. Also, I'm in half of a mind. It depends a lot on the financials. But me and my partner have actually been kind of playing around with the idea of moving to Germany next year and working together on like a YouTube channel, because next season Union Berlin are going to be playing at the Olympiastadion in Berlin. So like that's 75,000 seat capacity compared to the 22,000 at their current stadium. So there's actually like a decent chance that next season I could get season tickets at Union if I lived in Berlin. And I could probably even get the odd away day ticket as well. I would like it's kind of tough because like I feel like sort of the area that I want to work in now, but I'm kind of open to it becoming whatever it becomes. Like if I just became a full-time streamer and that worked and that like all I did was like watch-alongs, I'd be overjoyed with that. Um if I play like oh, what a tackle. Saving the goal there. If if I was able to move to Germany and do like on the ground fan content and fan culture content and stuff like that, and like video blogs or vlogs or whatever the fuck, um, and like follow the team and like do all that sorts of stuff, like I'd also be super happy if it went that way. Um, I just really feel it like to me like football culture is because like I was oh, PSG have a goal. Dembele. That'll probably do it. um, because like the thing is, I used to be more like really into like politics and stuff like that. From the perspective of like, I really wanted to find a way, basically, like, I know this is sort of super generic, but I wanted to find a way to make the world a better place. And at first, I thought that was like, oh well, politically active, whatever. Um, well, what's another one? But then I kind of realized that politics is like super duper toxic and even more tribal than football is. So I was, when I found Union, I found that and found like German fan culture. I found that um like German ultras and the active fan scene, like they're basically already living the world and like living in the way that I think would be great for the world. Like they're really independent, lots of solidarity. Like they support each other. Even like Bayern and Dortmund ultras will support each other against like like the German Football Association or whatever when it comes to like things that are important to all the fans. And I was like, there's a living model of how we could live better among German football fans. And it sort of struck me, I'm like, why would I get involved in politics, which is so like toxic and divisive, when I could get involved in football instead, which is like the greatest sort of social unifier in the entire world. It's unfortunately it's not possible to super chat on here because again I have to get to 1,000 subscribers and join the YouTube partner program or whatever. Then I can turn ads off and super chats on. But until I hit 1,000, YouTube's not going to help me out at all. It's funny. I find Donald Trump to be an interesting political figure. Like not as a supporter of him. I don't like any politicians, honestly. But it's been interesting to watch him. It's been interesting to watch him and to watch the reaction to him. But I'm of the opinion that all politicians work for the same people, and those people aren't us. So that would give you sort of like where I'm at on politics. I agree. That's also why I never ended up doing like because I had thought for a long time to do like a political podcast or something like that, and it always just felt kind of. It never felt right. It never felt like there was an avenue to like turn that into actually making the world a better place. Whereas I feel like it's a bit more obscure, but I feel like being able to teach about like football fan culture and particularly like German fan culture and like the club culture there in general, like not even just football clubs, but like something like 60% or more of Germans are in a club of some sort, and they like there's over 600,000 clubs of every sort in Germany. And I'm like, that's the kind of thing that brings people together, because then you can be in a club, you could have like a liberal and a Donald Trump fan in the same club. If the thing that unifies them is football, then they can start from, we're both football fans. Now let's talk about our differences and focus on like, and then anytime we, start hating on each other because of talking about our differences, we can go back to being football fans. And then we could just go back to that. We'll watch the football. We'll come back to our differences later. I agree completely. I would go a little bit further and say that it's a series of interlapping industrial complexes, but for the states in particular, probably military-industrial complex would be the biggest one. The United States is government by special interests, of special interests, for special interests. Military-industrial complex is particularly bad in the States, though, because they managed to spread it into all 50 states. You can't touch them without hurting the local economy of literally everywhere in the US. It's very much divide and conquer. Donald Trump was a perfect divisive figure to introduce so that no one in the States would ever get along with each other ever again. Dortmund looking to get assured up defensively. Was Chen. Yes, thank you. That is exactly right. That is exactly right. And like I used to be in a sense a big lefty. Um and I didn't like I had the sort of like the echo chamber mentality of like, oh, conservatives are this, conservatives are that. And then at some point I actually took some time to like actually like get to know some conservative people, and I was like, oh wow, actually no, you're basically just also a human being. And you just have a different perspective on me based on how you know, like where you come from and the life you've lived. And like of course there's crazies in politics. But like when I started to get to actually know people across the political spectrum, I was like, wow, we're all the same. And the differences that we have are either fabricated or it's specifically being to like there's wedge issues. Like and that's exactly I mean I feel the same way honestly. When I was more of a lefty, I really didn't like the States because I was learned about all the stuff that the States has done overseas and whatever. But even that, it's like I've gotten to the point where I'm like, I don't judge the United States on Trump or on the CIA or, you know, on Wall Street or anything like that. Like, when I think of the United States, I think of all of the wonderful American people I've met, conservatives, liberals, a lot of apolitical or like sort of independent type folks. And I'm like, that's what I think about with the States. That's what I remember about the States. That's what I've loved about when I've traveled to the States. I think Americans are great. Like, American people are great. But you're also like American people are also like really, 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 really heavily propagandized to hate each other and to I don't know. It feels like to a certain extent to like misunderstand the world and other people. Oh, almost hit the keeper with the cross. One more chance for Wolfsburg. I think that's why it became so natural for me to want to do football instead, is because it's like I don't want to. I didn't like being in politics, and like I didn't like not liking other people. Like I didn't like the tribalism. Like it's one thing to like not like a football club or to have a rivalry with another team or whatever, but like politics became so much about hating the other side and like completely detaching yourself from any ability to even engage with other people unless they like exactly mirror you. And it's like for me football is just it gives a common ground to stand on, and I think that's what we desperately need in the US, in Canada, around the world, is like people need to start finding common ground with other people, and then once you have a common ground with someone else, then you can work on your differences. But it's all ooh, good header away. it's politics is division forward, or like division first. You're supposed to focus on anything that you might dislike or hate or whatever about the other side, and you're not supposed to view them as humans or accept that they, might have reasons for the way that they are. Oh, great ball in. Just got it away. That should do. They had to work for it, but Dortmund get the win. Oops, I have the scoreboard backwards because I thought it was in Marseille, but whatever. I agree completely. I agree completely. Everything has become so, like, to be to be a liberal or a lefty or to be a conservative or a MAGA person or whatever, it becomes so tied into like people's identity. Like it's so many of them. It just seems like that's all that they consider themselves to be, and it's like, are you not a complete human being? Like, you can be a MAGA supporter, and I can still be friends with you and disagree with you or whatever, but like everything becomes so tied into people's identity that like for someone to even like question anything about their ideology becomes like a personal attack to them. And I really we gotta separate that out. And see, that's the thing too, though, because like I understand that there can be some really extreme fan situations or whatever, but like I think Arsenal and Tottenham and like the rivalry and even the hatred, I'm like, that's fine as long as the fans aren't literally killing each other about it. Like I think it can be a healthy expression of tribalism. Whereas if you have politics being the public expression of tribalism, then it becomes dangerous, like genuinely dangerous. I think that's one of the things too is like football can be, like it can be it can be a distraction. And I think ideally people with power want it to be a distraction. That's why leagues become more and more commercialized and, ultras and stuff get pushed out, is because they want it to be like a consumer product, and you go and you consume the sport and you go home, you sit and you watch it quietly and then you go home. But I think football is it's like, relatively speaking, it's about as healthy an outlet for like tribalism and that kind of like angst as you can get. It's a lot worse. It's a lot healthier to me for people to have that tribalism in sports than it is to have that tribalism in politics, because then that becomes like deeply social. And like, I don't know, I don't know anyone who would banter Union Berlin or whatever, but like I'm fine with people bantering Union Berlin. Like I'm fine with people bantering my teams. Like it's in good fun, even when it's harsh, even when whatever. Like I'm fine with that. And I love to see other fans, bantering each other. Someday you and my other regular will be in here in the same time, and I'll have an Arsenal and a Spurs fan in here. And then the banter will be real good. I even mentioned it to the other viewer who's a Spurs fan, and he's like, I don't mind. Spurs are super banterable. Yeah, exactly. And like I don't have particularly strong feelings about Charlie Kirk, but the thing that really worries me about him getting shot was that his whole thing was talking. Like, people can hate what he said. They can say that he was incendiary, that he was creating division with his rhetoric or whatever. But I'm like, the dude's whole shtick was going and debating people. And I'm like, if your reaction to him wanting to talk, even if it's in bad faith, if your reaction to him wanting to talk and debate is to shoot him, that is not a good answer. And that's definitely not a good precedent to set. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of Daryl Davis. He's he's an African American guy who started attending clan meetings, and he actually befriended like hundreds of clan members, and he got um, around 200 clan members to leave the clan. And one of his most famous quotes is, "As long as people are talking, they're not fighting. It's when the talking stops that the violence begins." And that's the thing, is like if Kirk's thing was debating and the answer was shooting him, then I think we're heading into dangerous territory. That was my response to him. I was like, well, I mean, I guess it's fair. There is literally the term Spursy, so like, I think any Tottenham fan that can't take banter probably is going to have a really hard life. Even Spurs fans know about Spursy, so like, imagine trying to be a Spurs fan and getting upset if you're bantered. That would be a tough life. Yeah. Again, not for political violence, but it is probably fitting that he got if it was going to happen that he got shot, given that he one of Kirk's most famous quotes, especially now in the aftermath, is that saying that there's going to be a certain amount of gun deaths and it's worth it to protect the Second Amendment. And I'm like, I have complicated feelings about the Second Amendment, but if you're gonna say that you just have to accept that gun deaths will happen if you have the Second Amendment, then it probably was a little bit poetic that it was gun violence that did him in. Yeah, I love Daryl Davis. I will note that to be. See, this is one of my favorite things about doing this, and another reason why it really doesn't matter that much to me if it never blows up and it doesn't become like a full-time job is between you and my other like regular, I have like a whole long list of things I need to read, teams I need to look up, like history I need to look up, beer I need to buy, need to try some Pacifico. I will Fever in the Heartland. I will add that to the list. I am a big fan of history, and particularly history like the lesser known stories. And it's like I was saying to my other regular Oro yesterday, like I'm just a super curious guy. Like if I have like a free moment, I basically can never take a down moment, because like if I have a free moment, I want to learn something. I want to look something up. I want to like learn something interesting, explore some thought that came to mind or something that I was introduced to. Ooh, wow, that was Charlie Kirk, because that is ugly. Is this okay? Okay, I'm just seeing on the feed here that the Marseille. Okay, okay. God, this all makes sense now. But yeah, that's a horrible thing to say. That's I don't know, like that's pretty indefensible. Ah, good note. That is important. That is important. Have to see if I can pick up some limes. I'm gonna have a little shopping trip before the next weekend. I assume Pacifico is kind of like the quality it's like a quality Corona. I was really confused by what was happening with the game because I was so certain that it was Marseille PSG and that it was in Marseille. So that's why I was really confused that what I'm seeing here is PSG hosting Marseille. Apparently the PSG Marseille game was suspended until tomorrow. So I guess I'll just shut this off because this isn't actually a game that's happening. This must have been last season. I was wondering why Adrian Rabiot was there. I I haven't been able to read as much as I used to, but I am generally speaking an avid reader. I'm very much nonfiction. I just my curiosity is boundless. Like fiction is great, and my partner is she's basically like 100% fiction, and I'm 100% nonfiction. And then we swap every once in a while because like I think there's a lot that can be learned from fiction, and there's a lot of things that writers can do with fiction that they can't do with nonfiction. Um, so yeah, I've read a lot of nonfiction and but it is good too because my partner loves like really high quality fiction. So whenever I do read fiction, I read whatever her favorite is, and then it's usually really good. I will look that up. That is, god damn, that is that is a shocking quote even in this day and age. Like it's funny because I think there are some legitimate critiques of DEI, but to say something like that is shocking and super offensive. Because I'm like, you can make an argument that like there are issues with DEI, but just be a say like you're afraid to see a black airline pilot because he's just a DEI hire. I'm like, oh man, that's not helping anyone. Wow. See if I can get that up. I'm gonna see if I can get the Barca game up. I'll just be back in 1 second. I have to grab something for that. Yeah, I think like for me, I've always been very much like I just want to like literally know what happened sort of vibe. And then when I started reading really high quality fiction, I was like, the freedom that the author has to how would I put it? To like really sort of extract like the lessons and the themes and things from like because I like historical fiction, for example. It's funny because like aside from being like super inflammatory, if if someone wanted to let me go around and debate people, I think I'd actually be fantastic at the job. And I can't imagine making people hate me so much that they'd want to shoot me. I'm a very conciliatory person. I feel like I would be a good like mediator of debates between left-wing and right-wing people. And it would be kind of fitting too, because I mean, if I had to put a label on myself, I think this is usually considered to probably be more of a leftist thing, but like if I had to put a label on myself, which I generally don't, but like I would say I'm an anarchist. I'm I believe in the anarchist ethos of uh it's anarchism is not no rules, it's no rulers. I believe if we were left to our own devices to organize society ourselves, it's kind of like what you said, like most people are, you know, generally pretty good and decent and just want to live, you know, like a good life. And I imagine that like anarchism would be tough because I don't think people want to take on the amount of personal responsibility that would be required in an anarchist system. But I would consider myself an anarchist because I believe that the only real solution is for the people to actually have the power, and that top-down political systems don't generally work in the way that people would want them to work because they're not meant to work in the way that people would want them to work. So I kind of find myself, I don't know if it's in the middle or if it's at the fringe or whatever. I'm not like an anarchist in the sense of like Antifa. I'm an anarchist in the old school, like Peter Kropotkin, like Paris Commune sort of sense of an anarchist. I don't really identify with almost anyone who would call themselves an anarchist in this day and age, but that's also why I don't really call myself one. Hey, Gail. Gonna have an excellent reading list here. That's a good question. I would say religious, no. Spiritual, yes. But it's kind of in the same, like, I feel like my guiding philosophy that kind of overflows into everything, whether it's politics, religion, spirituality, I don't know, football, diet, whatever, is I have to understand something to be able to take it on board. And my problem with religion was that the explanations that religion gave me never really made enough sense to me for me to be able to like internalize it and get on board. So like I've become a very sort of spiritual person, but more through spending a lot of time like studying religion from a more sort of like academic sort of perspective until I found like the way I feel is like until I found the truths that exist within pretty much all religions, and then I created sort of my own thing around that. So like religious, no, but spiritual, yes. But I also don't have anything particularly against like religions serve a good purpose, but they are also super corruptible. Like so, it's kind of like a lot of the best people I've ever met were really religious, and a lot of the worst people I've met were really religious. So, um, it is a bit yeah, it's a bit complicated. I tend to come from a bit more of a like a having just sort of on my own studied Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, like Vedic, Indian like cosmology and stuff like that. Like I tend to lean towards a more sort of Eastern perspective, like more of a sort of Buddhist perspective. But again, even that, I wouldn't call myself a Buddhist or anything like that. I just find the really old school Eastern cosmological understanding to be more in alignment with what I see reality to be. Yeah, exactly. Religion is man-made. And because I'm a super curious person, I've looked really deeply into religion and into like the history of religion and religions, and it's amazing. And also, it's sort of like deep esotericism around religions and like their commonalities, and then you get into like Aldous Huxley, like the perennial philosophy and how everything has the same. How do I attract the coolest people? I haven't taken DMT myself, but magic mushrooms were a big thing for me to become like a properly a spiritual person. Um, Magic mushrooms, cannabis, used in like a spiritual context, and I've done like hypnotic past life regressions, which to me like that was the big one. Like mushrooms taught me about like God energy and the interconnectedness of all being and all of that stuff, and like it sort of gave me that psychedelic lived experience of it to turn like what I had read in books and stuff into like, oh shit, this is what it actually means. Like I can feel myself dissolving into the whole. I'm part of the God, the God energy or whatever. But then when I did the past life regressions, like past life soul regressions, that was what convinced me that reincarnation is real. And like I don't know if it is for sure. Like I wouldn't push that on anyone, or anyone who wouldn't agree with me, that's totally fine. It's just my own personal belief. But like for me doing a past life regression was like, oh, okay, damn. I'm a soul, not like a human. And this is just one of my trips to Earth. And it really puts everything in a totally different context when you consider yourself like that this would be my 10,000th incarnation on this planet. It makes it a lot different than I'm here once and then I die and then I go to heaven or hell. Like it's a really different perspective. Yeah. And I mean, this is where the religion is man-made thing comes in too, with the Eastern philosophy is more believable than Western religion, because if you dig into the roots of Western religion, like like the Coptic Christians, the Sufis in Islam, like if you look at the mystical traditions of Western religions, they tend to be very similar to the core of Eastern religions. Yeah, yeah. Actually, I need to do mushrooms again soon. It's been a little while, and I could use the energetic detox that it gives me. I have a few things I'd like to talk to the mushrooms about. But yeah, mushrooms absolutely life changing. Absolutely life changing. And like it's a lot, but like if I ever get the chance to do ayahuasca, I'd be so in. DMT is actually probably the next one up on my list. It's even funny, like when my partner did the past life, like the soul regression, her spirit guides or whatever you want to call it, like part of the process of the past life regression is you meet your spirit guides, or like the beings that look out for you from the other side, and they said to her like your next step is DMT. So gotta do some mushrooms, and then I gotta step up to DMT. Thank God I'm not monetized. I'm sure YouTube would hate this. Although this is also the freedom I get by wanting to get my subs, I can turn the ads off, because YouTube can't control me talking about mushrooms and psychedelics and DMT if they can't threaten to take my ad revenue away. This is awesome though. Like I have like I could have hardly have handpicked two better like first regulars for this project. I've also because I also talked a bunch of like about politics and stuff like that with the other regular yesterday. But like to get into mushrooms and DMT, like man, football is great, but all the other stuff we talk about around it is just as good. Oh, I was gonna get the Barcelona game up. Let's see if I can find that. Against Getafe. Yeah, might be okay. As long as Rashford isn't doing well. Hmm. Halftime. Yeah. Ayahuasca seems so intense, and like especially like the physical sensations that people describe with ayahuasca. I mean, seems like shitting yourself is pretty much par for the course when it comes to doing ayahuasca. So that would just be the beginning of it. But I would definitely, I would, if especially because it is, I guess unless you live in Latin America or whatever, it can be a bit tough to find a place to do ayahuasca or to get the opportunity. So if the opportunity arises, I would assume, or I would probably take it because I'm like, if the chance is coming to me, I'm surely meant to take it. Uh, well, I appreciate that you'd want a super chat. Um, I would let you if I could, but YouTube doesn't want to help me out. I will take this as a sign that DMT is meant to be back up on the table then. I even had some DMT in like which I probably shouldn't say it publicly technically, but in like a vape cartridge or whatever. But before I could use it, it like leaked out and oxidized, and I was like, it might still be okay, but given the DMT is pretty intense as it is, I don't really want to be taking DMT that might have gone bad. So I'll have to find a way to get some fresh stuff. I really too because like with DMT, it seems so promising because like even if it's super intense, like it's really short lived. Like, and I mean, it seems like the sort of time behaves a little bit differently on DMT, obviously, but everyone says like about 15 minutes. So like even if it's super intense, even if it's like physically daunting, only have to get through 15 minutes. And then talk into my voice notes app as fast as I can before I forget everything. Been taking notes off of Joe Rogan talking about DMT. Okay, yeah, it's halftime in the Barcelona game. Oh, I could do that easily too. I can do the Inter Sassuolo game too. This is our conversation here again is another perfect example of like why this will probably work out, especially because like my my partner has joked several times that you and my other viewer are angels because like not only do I have people who like are super cool and like make this so much more fun and are super encouraging, but like somehow I found people who like I super duper vibe with right away too. But that's the thing. It's like this is why, because I'm like again, even if this doesn't work out, even if this isn't meant to be like my job or my career or whatever, I feel like I've learned so much and like enjoyed my interactions with you and Oro, my other regular, so much that like if nothing comes of it, like it will have already been worth it. I've already, gotten so much from doing this. It's tough because like the vape cartridges are pretty like they're again without I mean, I think you're the only one here, so I could probably get away with saying this, even if it's gonna be up on this stream technically forever. Vape cartridges are really easy. Like they're really easy to get here. I've had more trouble finding like sort of like actual like DMT. Um, but that was the experience I had with it because I gave it a little bit of a try and it did nothing. I was being really conservative because I didn't want to accidentally like fry my brain if I go and like way too hard on it by accident. But I did enough that the instructions on the cartridge said that I should have had like like proper blast off as you say. and it really didn't do much for me other than make my heart rate go up a lot. So I think yeah, I'm gonna have to find the real stuff. Having done it, what do you reckon? Like, what do you reckon DMT is or does? Like, do you figure that it is actually like connecting to another dimension or another, like another universe or another, like, or is it? And I mean, it's with like DMT and psychedelics, it's super wishy-washy because it could be like 1,000 different things at once. Like, it could be traveling to another universe and also staying here at the same time. Like, it is a really, hard to kind of put a finger on it, but be curious to get your take on what it even is, or like what happens on DMT. It's funny you should say that too, because I also thought the same thing. I was like, damn, I mean, even if this doesn't work out, I think I might have some good friends now. Maybe I'm ready to be I feel like maybe now I'd be at a place in my life where I might be a decent prime minister. There's a video game called Democracy, which is basically like exactly what it sounds like. It's like a democracy simulator, and you run a government, and you have to make policy decisions or whatever. Every time I played that game, I got assassinated by right wing extremists. Hey, I mean, if I get to the point where I'm somehow the Prime Minister of Canada, I'll probably already be openly talking. I'll be like, first policy as Prime Minister of Canada, everyone has to do a mushroom trip. Mandatory. 33 million Canadians don't care. We're doing 33 million mushroom trips here, guys. We're going to reset the country with mushroom trips. Every time we have a parliamentary session, everyone has to be on mushrooms. instead of like a instead of a throne speech or whatever, or like I don't know I guess that's technically a throne speech or whatever in Canada because we're still ruled by the monarchy for some reason. Every time there's a throne speech or whatever, I just feel like, all right, guys, I'm gonna smoke a bunch of DMT. You're just gonna sit and watch me, and the second I come back, I'm just gonna say a bunch of shit, and that's what we're doing for this year. That's super interesting. That's super interesting. I think I'd be popular with the people, but I think it would be too easy for them to like discredit and disqualify me with propaganda. But hey, you never know. People are getting really fucking sick of politicians. Maybe if someone came in and was like, free mushroom trips for all, maybe I'd just break the system and win in such a landslide that they couldn't ban me. That's a really interesting explanation, though, because that is kind of what I thought too. Because like people talk about like DMT as being like essentially like the bridge to the other side, like to your higher self, to higher dimensions or whatever. So essentially, like leaving your body and coming back would be a perfect explanation to me. Maybe that's where this is going. Maybe I think this is. Maybe I'm thinking that I was gonna getting away from politics, but maybe this is the back door for me into politics. I'm like, fuck politics, too divisive. I'm gonna go do football instead, and then I'm gonna storm to victory in politics in a few years on a ticket of uh, or fan ownership of all sports clubs and free psychedelics for everyone. Trump doesn't do drugs. He just sometimes seems like he's on drugs. Although not even. If Trump did drugs, he'd be way cooler. I really think that like psychedelics should be mandatory for all All politicians in office. I mean, I believe in the universe. Like, I believe in. This is where the spirituality comes in. Like, I believe that we're all. Each of us is here for a reason. Like, we incarnate for a reason. That was part of what the like past life soul regression was about. Was about like between life planning and like how our souls plan our incarnations for particular purposes or whatever. And so like I really believe like I this was something to me. This was an explanation of reality and incarnation that blew my mind and totally changed the way that like I look at how I interact with reality. Was we plan our lives ahead of time, but we still have free will, which kind of blew my mind because like how does that work? But the explanation was that life is like an improv session. There's a set, there's a setting, there's scenes, there's parameters, and then within that you improvise and you use your own free will. And so I'm someone who really believes that like nothing happens by chance. So you've got me sold on the DMT. Now I just need to find where I can get some that isn't a kind of useless vape cartridge. I take this because like it was I did a past life regression last month, and that was when my partner was given the like like DMT is the next step on your journey sort of thing. Especially because she's an artist, so gotta love DMT and psychedelics and art. But to now have like again, literally only two people talking to me on my channel, and one of them is like, "Do the DMT. You got to do the DMT." I'm like, "Okay, I think I got to do the DMT." That's so interesting. That yeah, again, can't argue. It's funny. I seem to have found like really, genuinely, I found the coolest people because I would tend to agree. I mean, it's like that reminds me of like what coming back and having an understanding of what it is to die. That reminds me of like the mystery cults in Greece and stuff like that. Like there's always been these like mystery cults and mystery traditions, and it seems like like a lot of their practices were so guarded that they didn't really survive to us. But like the implication seems to be basically that like the initiation rite, for example, to like the Eleusis mysteries in Greece was basically a near-death experience. So I wouldn't be surprised if DMT or something like it was involved. They basically like essentially gave you a near-death experience through like intense psychedelics and ritual and whatever, and then you came back and it's exactly like you said, like understanding what it is to die, which then also gives you an understanding of what it is to live and what incarnation means and like what your place is in the world, and the how death isn't the end, it's just a gateway back to the other side or whatever. So that sounds spot on to me. I'm now I'm really jealous. Now I want to do TMT right away. It's good though, actually, because one of the things is it is quite daunting. When you hear people talk about it being super intense and whatever. So this makes it be like, screw daunting. I want it. I want to have that experience. I want to have that like I want to have essentially like the equivalent of a near-death experience, because like once you know what dying is, you don't really have to be afraid of it anymore. But it's hard to not be afraid of it, even when you intellectually know that it's, you're, or believe that you're a soul and, dying is just the end of your time in this body or whatever. It's still pretty daunting, but if you can have a near-death experience, then you viscerally know the reality of life and death. And yes, Trump is definitely a pedophile. I mean, and also too, like, not even, like, it just seems so abundantly obvious now. Epstein stuff alone makes it proof. But I mean, I don't know if you know the work of what's her name? Whitney Webb. She wrote like 1,000-page 2-volume work called One Nation Under Blackmail. And she's one of them, like her investigative journalism work is absolutely top notch. Like she did the work, and she basically proved that pretty much the entire Western world is controlled by like pedophilic blackmail rings or whatever. So I'm generally of the opinion that if anyone gets to a high level of power, they're probably a pedophile, whether they want to be or not. Hot take. Oh man. As, as soon as I do DMT, I will definitely tell you about it at the next opportunity. It's actually funny because like one of the things that I had thought about is if I got enough people, especially now that I'm seeing that the people I seem to be actually getting to stop and talk with me are like the coolest people in the world. I had actually thought of adding a stream every week to just basically just shoot the shit, just hang out and talk. So that if people want to talk about stuff other than football, like I'm down to talk about anything. I'm a talker, I'm a learner, I'm super curious. I would talk to anyone about anything. And so maybe a little bit down the road when I can fit into my workflow, can do like just a hangout stream every once in a while. And but if not, I'll just, whatever. There could be 1,000 people in the stream and I'll still tell you what happened on the DMT. Something that my guides taught me on during my past life regression was that I'm here to be me and to just be me and to influence other people to be themselves and to be comfortable being themselves by being me. So I feel like that would be right on. Really, all of those things, yes. First of all, release the files, absolutely. Absolutely. I feel like we're really close to something slipping out that'll be too big for them to get back under wraps. Like I feel like the blackmail webs and stuff like that they are weaving are starting to fray, and this truth is starting to slip out more than they would probably like it to. So I think we're probably, even if they don't release the files, I think someone's going to release something. Whitney Webb question mark? Yes, that's exactly that. Yeah, Whitney Webb, 2Bs. She's amazing. Like as an investigative journalist, her work is basically unparalleled in my opinion. Um, Bill Clinton is also definitely a pedo, definitely. And I mean, him and Trump used to be friends, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were pedos together. Man, I'm so glad I don't have to worry about monetization. um, and in terms of the not near death, but actual death and coming back, that again, that actually makes total sense to me. That is, I'm surely a better way to put it because it's reminiscent to me of like what when you like hearing about like shamans and stuff like that. And it's the same sort of thing. Like when I did the past life regression, the process is like you get into a meditate or like into a deep sort of hypnotic state, and then you're shown scenes from your most recent relevant past life, and then from there, like the last scene is always your death in that relevant past life, and then that's how you get into the space where you can talk with what's called your council of elders or whatever, the people who like the spirits that look out for you on the other side, is by living that death scene in your past life, and then you basically continue your experience through death all the way back to like being on the other side, and then that's when you can communicate with the beings and the guides and whatever on the other side, and then you can bring that back with you. So like DMT would just be like the, in a sense, I guess, like the much more like immediate, direct, visceral experience of that. I could have lots of suggestions for you. It depends what direction you want to go. Depends how, like, for example, I'm super interested in conspiracy theories, as they're called, conspiracy theories. Not necessarily because they're all true or because like they're even relevant to me. Like I've encountered conspiracy theories, things called conspiracy theories, where like there's just so much overwhelming documentation that like the only reason it's considered as conspiracy theory is because no one actually looks into it. Because it's like it'll literally be like conspiracy theories about the U.S. government. I'm like, it's not a conspiracy theory. Like you can go on the CIA website and read their entire explanation of what they did from their own perspective in their own writing. Like So that's one that I always like to push people towards, is like looking at conspiracy theories and seeing what you can make of them to what's real, what's fake, what's intentionally put into the space to fuck with people. Excellent advice. Excellent advice. It's, I mean, that's exactly it too. And like that was something that I kind of had to overcome, and like that's, I feel like, why I'm doing this project now, is I've kind of reached the point where like whatever, I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna be me, and like people seem to generally like me when they get to know me, or when they interact with me. I'm a nice guy. So just go on stream, be me, share my love of football, talk about whatever people want to talk about, be curious, learn things, share things. You'll have to beat me to it. I'm going to use this as part of my campaign videos. Yeah, like if here, I'll give you a suggestion. If you want to really test your vibe detector. Yes, I do. I do. I do think we exist after death. My experiences with mushrooms and the past life regression makes me very, very, very confident that we exist after death. In fact, I'm kind of the opinion. So, like, a lot of traditional societies, um, like the Australian Aborigines, for example, believe that like this is the fakest level of existence. That this is our souls basically dreaming, and that when we die, we go back to the real plane of existence. and um, and I tend to believe that. I tend to believe that Earth is basically the lowest form of reality, and that it's basically like a school for our souls. Like we come here to experience all sorts of things that we can't experience if we're not embodied. And so for to me, like this is not only or do we survive after or exist after death? I think this is like the least genuine form of existence that our souls will undertake during their, I don't know, lifetime's probably not a good way to put it, because souls seem to be more or less eternal. But I think this is the least real existence that our souls will encounter in their time. To answer that, uh, I would tend to completely agree that 9/11 was an inside job. I mean, even if like, I think there's kind of overwhelming evidence at this point, um, that at the very least, like pretty much everything imaginable that could have been done to make it possible for it to happen seems to have been done to make it possible for it to happen. But like I'm like, if you're at the point where like the government was doing everything that they could and the intelligence agencies were doing everything they could to make it possible that it can happen, you pretty much might as well go the rest of the way and just look at the evidence that pretty much shows they set up the whole thing. Uh, Here, I have a whole, like, I live in a two-bedroom apartment, and our second bedroom is the library. So I'm gonna grab a couple books so you can actually see them, and then, uh, you'll have your recommendations. In this day and age, I bet you're probably right. This conversation is probably more genuine than any conversation a politician has publicly had anywhere in the world in the last like 100 years. Here, I'll be right back. Just stay for 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, so my library is actually so big that I can't immediately find the books I was thinking of. So rather than leaving you waiting here while I dig through my book stacks, I could just tell you what the books are. Actually, in fact, I can even put them in the chat so that you can reference them directly. That's interesting. That's interesting. Because it's like at a yeah. Um, in terms of the souls, it is interesting because like I'm in no way am I saying you're wrong or even like doubting you, but it is interesting because like the sort of teachers and stuff I've had is basically like half of our soul is still on the other side and is has access to every incarnation that we've ever had, every like every bit of existence we've had on any level, any plane of existence. But I mean, I have no proof of that. So that is a really interesting take. I'd definitely look into that more. Um, yeah, Tower 7 is just... And I mean, even too, for example, that like... I just learned this the other day. Apparently, I think it was at least two of the floors on which, like, in which the plane hit were being, had been, like, used, like, they were given to Israeli art students, and it was like the only levels on the entire World Trade Center towers that where like all of the walls and everything were opened up and it was all exposed. And I'm like, that seems a little bit and the fact that there was like so much stuff in Tower 7 that was useful to be disposed of in a large fire and building collapse. Um like there's just I don't know. To me, the evidence about 9/11 is just so overwhelming. Like, I understand a lot of people don't really look into it or whatever, but I'm like, to me, it's so overwhelming. Um, that's amazing. I would not doubt that. I just chatting with you here. I don't imagine that there would be any reason for us to not be lifelong friends. Take my time to. Okay, I'll see. I'll take another look. I'll take another look for the books so I can actually show you the physical copies, and then if I can't find them, I'll put them in the chat. Yeah, that too. It didn't even get hit by a plane, and then people are like, "Oh, the debris falling on it." I'm like, "Well, then why was it the only other building that collapsed, even though it was like a block away and like had no significant damage from the buildings?" It's just yeah. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. That's that's a really interesting. That would actually make a lot of sense. I can see there being a lot of sense in that of like, kind of just our life force moving into this next sort of the next living thing. I'm gonna explore that a little bit. That is really fascinating. It would make sense in the sort of like the continuity of energy and things like that. So I grabbed 5 books because once I got started, I couldn't stop. But I'll start with the one of each that I would recommend the most. I I'm really glad that you're saying all of these things because like I feel like sometimes I can be so beyond the pale that like I don't really want to say it myself because like I have had a lot of experience. Like most people I have known, don't really vibe with my intense curiosity and where it leads me. But I tend to, from what I haven't looked into it super intensively. Like usually I would a little bit more, like with the Butler shooting, shooting of at Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, or whatever. I spent a couple of weeks like really digging deep into trying to figure out what happened there. So I haven't done so much with the Charlie Kirk murder, but from what I've been able to find out about the Charlie Kirk murder so far, basically literally nothing makes sense. Like none of the official narratives at any point have made any sense to me. Like I saw a guy, for example, I saw a guy put up a video talking about how like supposedly the shooter brought the rifle broken down in his backpack. So like just for fun, like well, not for fun, to prove a point, the guy showed like, okay, so this is how long it takes to break down a rifle. This is how you do it. This is the parts that are left. This is how it would fit in a backpack. And it was literally like half. He took the stock off, took the barrel off, the scope, like broke it down as much as he could, which took about 3 minutes. And this is a guy who seemed to be pretty gun savvy. And then he's like put it in his backpack, which was much larger than the backpack that the supposed shooter had. And like both the barrel and the stock were like clearly sticking out of it still. There's no way to get it into a backpack. So, but then also there's the video of the guy, like there's the shot and then the guy running away off the build, like on the building in the background. And then they have the shot from the other angle of him like jumping off the building from the far side. But supposedly he went to the top of the building via stairs inside, but then he left by jumping off the building with a like duffel bag, it looked like, not a backpack. Like literally nothing makes sense to me about the Charlie Kirk thing. And I probably will, now that it's been a couple weeks, I'm gonna dig into it and see what's come up because it seems super sus. Okay, I'll start you with the non-fiction book. Got 180 Degrees by Fergus O'Connor Greenwood. I don't know how much of what's in this book is true or not, but it was an absolute game changer for me in terms of like opening up my mind to the possibilities of reality and having already been super deep into politics and stuff like that and like being super curious and digging down all the rabbit holes. Like I don't know how much of it's true, how much of it's false, how much of it's on the right track but maybe not getting the details right. But yeah, 180 Degrees by Fergus O'Connor Greenwood. This is basically like, to me, this is basically like, you could call it like, yeah, I would, I'll sponsor you. I'll sponsor you. If you need to escape to Canada, I'll sponsor your refugee status. I mean, God willing, that's not gonna not be necessary, but, yeah, that too. That too. It's he broke the rifle down, then put it together, and then abandoned it. Allegedly. I don't know about that. It seems like if you're gonna dispose of the rifle, then you might as well at least try to like if you've taken it apart and you want to dispose of it, you'd think you'd, put the rifle barrel down, put the barrel down a storm drain and, hide the stock, like 10 miles away. I don't know. It's just it doesn't. Just don't get it. Um, yeah, this one you can actually, as far as I know, you can actually find this on the Wayback Machine or whatever it's called. You can get the digital version. Otherwise, it's like print on demand on Amazon or whatever. But like this is like again, I'm not. I think conspiracy theory is a bit of a bad term. It was literally created by the FBI to discredit people who were, talking about alternate theories of the JFK assassination. So I don't really like subscribe to the idea of conspiracy theories per se, like in the sense that they're portrayed. But like this would be the conspiracy theorist Bible, and it's super duper well written, and it basically breaks down like every lever and mechanism of power that goes beyond what any normal people are ever told or shown about how power works. Um, Cannot recommend enough if you're into that sort of thing. That's really creepy to me because in the digital age, the ability for like basically anyone with resources to create like a fake digital paper trail is really crazy to me. Like it was really telling to me, like, and again, Tucker Carlson is whatever. I assume that he's probably at best controlled opposition, but like um it was really telling to me when Tucker Carlson, he was like asked about like social media and stuff like that, and he's like, I don't have a personal phone or like a computer, with the implication being that like I don't want them putting kitty porn on it because like the second I get out of line, that's the FBI or the CIA or whatever will just get into my computer, put incriminating evidence, and that'll be the end of it. Because also too, because that's such a horrendous thing that like no one, if the FBI arrested Tucker Carlson and were like, we found child porn on his computer or whatever, like no one's gonna, or most people aren't gonna be like, oh no, I believe Tucker. Like I don't, they wouldn't do him dirty like that. That he must have actually committed those crimes or whatever. And like maybe he would have, but like the digital paper trail thing is really really creepy to me. You seem the type who will probably really enjoy 180 degrees. It is very. But to be fair, I've read it twice and listened to the audiobook version, or a sort of one of those sort of automatic reader things that read the book to me or whatever. So read it once as a hard copy. I've read it once as an ebook copy, and I've listened to it once in full um as like an audiobook essentially. And I have got every time it's taken me no more than 4 days to get through it. Like it is, if you vibe with the content, like it is hard to put down. It is really really well written, and even the way that it's put together is it like sort of builds you into it, and every chapter builds on the information from the previous chapters, and it's like, and so that you sort of slowly go down the rabbit hole, and then like in the last couple chapters it just lays it pretty much all of it bare. um yeah, JFK was definitely murdered by the CIA, 100%. And it's like that's another one where I'm like, the evidence is so overwhelming that the only way to believe pretty much anything other than that JFK was murdered by the CIA is to like literally not look into it at all. I mean, he pretty much probably signed his death warrant when he ousted what's his face, Dulles or whatever, from the CIA. Like with John Foster Dulles or whatever, whoever, like when he did that, like he was dead. That's a very good way to put it. That's a very good way to put it. Most conspiracies are only conspiracies because the narrative does not make sense. Yeah. I would tend to agree. I would tend to agree. Um, he sort of strikes me as like a more refined mainstream Charlie Kirk, honestly. Um, I can There was a time when I could sort of appreciate some of the things that Tucker Carlson said when he got away from Fox News or whatever, but like I can't view him as anything other than, again, at best, controlled opposition. And most of what he says I don't really care about anymore anyway. Like I don't really listen to figures like Tucker Carlson or if I do politics, I approach it from my own angle. I don't really like I would take on board something that you might say, for example, and like I would treat that with more credibility than I would treat something that Tucker Carlson or I don't know Donald Trump or like anyone else would say. I really only trust like other normal human beings now. I don't really trust anyone with any sort of spotlight. Here, I'll give you a couple of the other books here. It's a bit of a tie. I have two really good fiction books here. So one of them is Gates of Fire by Stephen Pressfield. It's like historical fiction about the Spartans at Thermopylae. But it is like Stephen Pressfield's a phenomenal author. And oh my god, that's awesome. We'll see if you finish it in like 3 or 4 days too. It is really like once you get into it, it's really hard to put it down. It's amazing. I was so happy too because like literally if I could get people to like read one book ever, it would be 180 degrees because I feel like it reframes reality in like material reality in a like it's hard to see the world the same way again after reading 180 degrees. Yeah, wanting to pull out of Vietnam. He was also trying to stop Israel's he was trying to get the Israel's nuclear program. Like I don't remember if they had already stolen or been given or whatever the nuclear stuff, but like Kennedy was trying to basically trying to nix Israel's nuclear program as well, and that also was never going to stand. Yeah, Gates of Fire, Stephen Pressfield. It's like 300, but a million times better. And then like I'm not really into medieval, or I'm not really into like horror or anything. Like I don't have a problem with it, but it just was never really my vibe. But this book here, Between Two Fires, an epic tale of medieval horror by Christopher Buehlman. This book is amazing. This is my partner's favorite book. She has read it. This is the only book that my partner ever read back to back. She read this book, and then as soon as she was done, she reread it again. And then when she was done that, me and her read it together. So for all intents and purposes, she basically read this book 3 times back to back. Like, this is a phenomenal work of fiction. Yeah, I imagine though, because the thing is, like, as you will see in 180 degrees, even the idea that a 9/11 is like an inside job is lacking a lot of nuance to a certain extent. Like, there's so much going on with that it feels like 20 years later, Tucker Carlson coming out and being like, "It was an inside job." It feels like a limited hangout. It feels like we've gotten so far removed from it that him saying that is no longer dangerous to the players in the game. And so they know that, things are starting to kind of leak out and unravel, and people are becoming less and less trusting of government and the established political order. I wouldn't be surprised if he's allowed to say 9/11's an inside job because it doesn't really, it's so far in the past now that people who would be strongly affected by that information already know, and everyone else, even if they found out and it was definitive and they're like, "Oh wow, this really was an inside job," they'd just be like, "Well, that was Bush, that was 20 years ago, whatever, different people now." So I think I think Tucker Carlson is a limited hangout and like controlled opposition. And I have another book for you here. I think you would probably find this quite interesting. It's not quite as engaging as the other 3 books I showed you, but this was a super fascinating book. Thus Spoke the Plant. And it's basically like the scientist who basically just like threw away her career for all intents and purposes to like study, I don't know, basically plant sentience. And I haven't read it in a while, so I wouldn't necessarily recommend this as like the highest on my list, but it was right there when I grabbed Between Two Fires, and it's really, really cool. It's really cool. It really shines life and consciousness and sentience in a it really puts an interesting spin on it to look at how conscious and sentient plants are, but especially in the context of like mushrooms and DMT and stuff like that. Yes, that would be my recommendation. Into Fires. That's the thing for me too. Like, and I think it's going to become a really big problem, or is becoming a really big problem for them. Like, how, because it's like, how can you go so hard on Russia? And like, even the fact, like, even the Belarusians were banned from like soccer, football, whatever, and like they didn't even take part in the war. And you have all this, and it's like literally Russia invaded Ukraine. There's reasons on both sides or whatever, and then Russia basically gets banned from the world. And then Israel does things that are just so obviously, demonstrably way, 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 way beyond what Russia's doing. And it's like, yeah, we wouldn't want to offend anyone, though. I have seen the Pat Tillman documentary. That was years ago now. That was before I was like, that was when I was still sort of gaining political consciousness. But like, that was fucked up. That was really messed up. And I mean, what an example of like propaganda, live propaganda in action, like the Pat Tillman story. Especially because like it wasn't even like, if I remember correctly, like it was basically like he was killed because of like incompetence on the ground, essentially. Like he was killed by friendly fire. And it doesn't seem like he was like intentionally murdered or whatever, but like to turn like basically like a friendly fire incident into like this heroic jingoistic propaganda situation. That's, man, especially because Tillman too, like maybe it wasn't even intentional, because it does sound like he signed up as a true believer, and then before long he wasn't a true believer anymore. I should revisit that though. It's been probably like, I don't know, probably 10 years since I watched the Pat Tillman documentary. And then this one, I have this book too. It's a bit of a wild card. It's really old. It was literally published in the year that I was born, back in 91. And like it is sort of like, it's it's not as high quality or necessarily as compelling as Between Two Fires and Gates of Fire. But the way that the author uses this book to explore like druidic culture and like philosophy and spirituality and like the druidic Celtic understanding of life and reality is really, really fascinating. Like this was a book that really got me into like sort of into let's say like traditional indigenous European culture, let's say, because like the Celts were one of the indigenous cultures of Europe, and they got genocided like a lot of indigenous cultures did. Life of Trees. I don't. Yes, yeah. Hidden, like the Hidden Life of Trees by what's his name? The German author. That was really good. I think I read that one shortly before I read Thus Spoke the Plant. I think that's why I bought Thus Spoke the Plant, because I'd read the Hidden Life of Trees like 2 months prior or whatever. Yeah, I'll call it genocide. I don't know. I literally can't understand how it can be called anything else at this point. Like denying all essentials of life, denying the ability to like move, denying the ability to defend yourself, denying like basically every human right imaginable, including, and then like everything including food and water and everything. I'm like, I don't know how you could call it anything other than genocide. it's one of those things too, because with Pat Tillman, like, it would be gross enough how it was, but the fact that they covered it up and they used it in the way that they did was such a, like, I could hardly think of something that would be more, like, disgraceful and more dishonoring to him as a person and as a soldier even as well. Yeah, I'm proud of his family for not taking that lying down. That was so gross. Especially because it seems like if there was literally anyone in the world who wouldn't want the Pat Tillman story to be, like, portrayed in the way it would literally be Pat Tillman. Yeah. It's interesting because you talked about before how Eastern philosophies kind of, like, make more sense or whatever. Um like the Celts and the Druids were basically like the mystics, the old school mystics of there. Ooh. Like they were like the Celts and the Druids were the indigenous people of Europe. Like they had the same sort of inherent beliefs about like reality and like the interconnectedness of being and like how souls and incarnation work and like all of that stuff. Um, as far back as like the Vedic, um, like the Vedic traditions in India and stuff like that. And it's actually interesting too because in that vein, like as you can guess, I'm a bit cynical when it comes to doing things as I'm told, and I'm particularly cynical about doing things that I'm told in areas that are dominated by like gazillion dollar corporations. So like people can do with their health what they like, but I tend to use traditional health and medicine for myself. Like, um, my main way of viewing health and like diet and all of that is like the Indian tradition of Ayurveda. And there, it's interesting because the Europeans actually had their own version of like Ayurveda. Like Ayurveda is like traditional Chinese medicine. In the Middle East, they have Unani. Um, and it's interesting to me because I was able to sort of like piece together through a bunch of research. I was able to piece together that like Europeans had their own version of Ayurveda, essentially their own version of traditional Chinese medicine. Um, and it got systematically destroyed by modern medicine. But it's interesting because all of the evidence of it is still there. But as a systemic like health system, the Western like European tradition was systematically destroyed to the point that there isn't even any single sort of embodiment of it left at all. Like it's just piecing stuff together from sources of the past or whatever. But like Europe had its own version of traditional, like essentially traditional Chinese medicine. Like they had traditional European medicine, and it was completely eradicated in the Rockefeller healthcare revolution or devolution, depending on how you feel about the healthcare system. Yeah, isn't that wild? Like when you see things like that, when you like see about how plants function and like the mycelial networks that connect forests and things like that, and how like trees will like feed extra nutrients to like sick or injured trees, like trees that have got preyed on by insects or whatever, like other trees will feed extra nutrients to it through the mycelium networks that connect their roots and stuff like that. And like when you really look into it, like I don't know how people can really think that like things like plants and stuff aren't sentient to at least some level. I think where people get lost is that they think that to be sentient, you have to be sentient like a human is sentient. But I just think like for example, like trees, they just experience sentience in a different way, Also because trees live a lot longer than us, so I feel like life happens for them a lot more slowly. And because they're static, they don't move. So like I feel like a lot of the things about sentience that humans need to be able to function don't really apply to trees. I think their sentience is just in a different in a different way that we don't recognize in ourselves, but like is just as true and sentient as anything else. Anyone who's been like stopping in on this stream, like just at random, must have no idea what the fuck's going on. They're like, I just came here to do like a watch along for Marseille PSG, and he's talking about sentient trees and smoking DMT. And 9/11 was an inside job. Oh. Oh man, it has been an absolute blast having you here. I can't believe I've literally only had 2 people stop and talk to me, and they're like the 2 coolest people I've met in ages, or met. It's been so good talking to you. I really appreciate like the encouragement to keep going, and that that this is something worth doing. Um, I'm super excited to hear what you think of 180 degrees, and I mean when the time comes when I get my hands on some DMT, I'll let you know how that goes too. Um, Again, I'll be here every weekend. If I were to ever need to give this up or whatever, I'd definitely let you know. But I got months to go. I got months of runway as far as I know. So I'll be here next weekend. I have like German Football FC or whatever on Instagram if you're on Instagram. I post my schedule of what I'm doing. Gonna start the FC26 stuff, whatever. So there'll be lots of chances to chat. Again, I can't disagree with you. I actually had a really interesting. I did some really interesting like sort of research on what animals are in like a metaphysical, spiritual sort of sense. But like I won't hold you up now. You got a birthday party to go to, but I have a feeling that that's going to come up again, and we're going to have a chat about what animals are. I can't thank you enough, man. This has been just the best. This is so much fun. This is so much fun, and I appreciate you being an open-minded person, let's say. Just to put it in really simple terms, an open-minded person. This is super fun conversation. Super fun watching the football with you. Super fun talking about all the shit afterwards. And I'm so excited to hear your thoughts on 180 degrees. You're, I think, probably the first person I know who will have read it then. Because, like, I told my partner, but she didn't get around to reading it. So she knows what's in it, but, like, only from me. And no one else I know did I feel giving them that book would be a good thing for me. So I'm so excited to hear what you have to say about 180 degrees. And I'm excited to tell you what DMT was like for me when the opportunity comes up. But yeah, I'll shut up and let you go. But I hope you have a great time at the birthday party, and I'm psyched to have you back whenever you get the chance to visit on a stream again. And yeah, thanks for being super awesome. You made my day 1,000 times better. This was super fun. Also, Barcelona winning convincingly. Just to bring it back to football for the last second. I'm gonna take that I'm gonna take that never, never, never give up. I'm gonna print it off as a quote and stick it on the wall behind my streaming setup here. Remind me that there's people who believe in me and believe this is a worthwhile thing, and that I don't have to just I don't just have to carry it all on my own shoulders. That there's people who believe that this is something worth doing. So, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I won't give up. If I ever have to stop because of like money or whatever, I will. But I won't give up. I'll keep going as long as I can. And if I can't do this anymore, I'll see what I can turn it into after that. But I won't give up. Have a good one, buddy. Right, well, the football was over quite some time ago, but that was a great conversation. Lots of fun. Football, basically, background there. But it was a good day. Union Berlin winning a 7-goal thriller in Frankfurt. Hanging on at the end. Leverkusen letting it slip late. Gladbach getting their first goal of the season to get their first point of the season in the Rhine Derby. And Dortmund with an absolute screamer from Karim Adeyemi in the 1-0 win over Wolfsburg. We're also going to do Marseille PSG, but apparently that has been postponed until tomorrow. I have to look into what happened there. Probably nothing particularly good. But thank you very much to Travis Grooms for making this an awesome and epic stream. And I might be back on Wednesday for Europa League. If not, I will be back on Friday for Bremen and Bayern Munich, and then a full schedule of football next weekend. Another couple of 7.5-hour streams. Thank you to everyone who stopped in today. Thank you to everyone who, all of my 70 views. Quite a bit less than yesterday, but the stream was fantastic. Thanks to Travis. And yeah, I'll be back on here again soon. Remember, football is community. It's not a commodity. A great social connector. Let's not let it be taken from the fans. Love you all. Let's catch you next week, either Wednesday or Friday. We'll see.